Well, well, well. Well, hello there. No, I need... Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. Oh, what's this? Nope. Meow. Meow. Blah, 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 blah. Kitty, why, every time? Every time I start a meeting or a stream, this cat demands attention. Okay. All right. Trying to figure out what to throw in the chamber here. Oh, whoops. Let's see what's next. Ugh. Whatever. Let it ride. I need to get rid of stuff that's more than 7 days old. Got more important stuff to focus on. Oh crap! User join Chris 26 RTI. What's up? Give me a minute. I'm getting set up here. Some videos in order. I was about 6 minutes late on the recognition that someone else is in here. Probably not even there anymore. That'd be my guess. I wouldn't be either. To be honest. It's not bad. I can add that to the playlist. My intro. Whoa. Hard cutoff. You get out of here. No one's in here. I'm just going to start playing. Oh. Beep.
Of those ads ever feature the candidate's position on Israel. It's gotten so bad that AIPAC in the past would literally do everything in their power to deny you your seat if you were even slightly critical of Israel, whether it be critical of Netanyahu or critical of anything that Israel is doing. Nowadays, they're even giving allowances to their politicians to criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. Haley Stevens is a fantastic example of this. Haley Stevens is probably one of the biggest pro-Israel stooges in a long list of people who demonstrate absolute fealty to this foreign country. And yet Haley Stevens has now been given the bandwidth to make it seem like she's Israel critical, even though she's gotten $40 million in ad spend from Israel PACs, AIPAC, United Democracy Project, and numerous others. That's how bad things have gotten. So Josh Kraushaar can keep denying that reality all day, every day. Josh Kraushaar and many others can say, oh, it's just anti-Semitism. That's the reason why people are critical of Israel, or eventually they're going to give up on this, and eventually they're going to move. They're not moving. As I like to repeatedly explain to people, today is the day that Israel will be the most popular. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Yesterday, Israel was more popular than it is today. It's done. Every day that goes on, Israel becomes less and less popular. Pro-Israel politics becomes more toxic. It is a litmus test for a politician's responsiveness to the needs of the base. Are they going to place the interests of, are they going to place moneyed interests first and foremost in the way that they legislate, or are they going to put the working class at the center of their politics? That's what it is. Palestine has replaced wokeness as a progressive litmus test. Even if you're center-left Democrat who's not particularly pro-Palestine, this should be seen as a good thing. It's a better litmus test than wokeness, since being pro-Palestine/Israel skeptical is more popular among Americans and therefore isn't an electoral liability the way wokeness is, says Shadi Hamid. There is some truth to that for sure. There's more bipartisan there's more bipartisan approval for anti-Israel politics than there is for like whatever wokeness has been defined as. There's a level of truth to it. Wokeness can be, the problem with wokeness is that, one, there's too much negative polarization against it. That's number one. And number two, wokeness can be defined as like the cynical ways in which Haley Stevens says Abdul El-Sayed is misogynistic. Like that's technically quote unquote woke. Okay. Wokeness can also imply, things that we all agree on, that we should leave trans people alone, that we shouldn't interfere in the medical decisions that Americans are making, and that should be kept between a doctor and a patient, right? That could also mean wokeness, right? That's a perfectly normal position, perfectly popular position, as a matter of fact. But it just depends on how you frame it, depends on how you talk about it.
This is to the overall public and certainly to independents and Republicans. It's also very important to the Senate politics as well, because John Fetterman said this week in part of that clip, he could switch parties if the Democratic Party becomes an anti-Israel party.
No, that will definitely improve Israel's chances, I think. By and large, Americans consider this to be a sinister force, a malign force on American politics, people that have tremendous power, people that engage in this like shadowy backroom decisions to basically overthrow American democracy, the democratic process. Certainly doing something like that, or even threatening something like this, would greatly improve Israel's popularity amongst Americans. Definitely. Yeah. This will show them. That'll show them. This will make people definitely less anti-Semitic, for example, if that's something you care about. They'll be like, oh yeah, this fucking brain dead loser switched parties because Israel is what he cares about and not fucking Pennsylvania. Wow, I sure have reconsidered my decision on my opinions on this foreign country. I like it a lot now. Is that what you think is going to happen? That's what you suspect is going to happen? People are just going to be like, yeah. Well, none of this stuff matters at the end of the day, because here is the sinister reality. Democracy is fake, okay? We don't have a real democratic process in this country, because if your elections are bought and sold, if they're sold to the highest bidder, then, of course, our politicians do the bidding of people who pay for those seats rather than the actual voters who go out and vote.
The standard for what a journalist is pretty tough too. I'm sorry, man. Any chucklehead with a microphone and a camera now can be a journalist. Or look at us.
I mean, speak for yourself.
Yes, look at you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Illegal News. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. It's Thursday, July 9th, and Andrew Weissman is back to help me break down this week's legal and illegal news. Andrew, we were in the green room and you started to tell a story and I said, stop. We were talking about the World Cup and everybody deserves to hear this story. Nothing but stories. Why do you love the Belgian soccer team so much?
You know, I full disclosure, I cannot say that if you had asked me that question a week ago, I would have been like, Belgium has a soccer team?
Sure.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but so first of all,
We're so
Belgium
uncultured.
is the size of Rhode Island. I'm sure people are going to write in going, it's even smaller, or it's like, but anyway, it's teeny, and they won. And I'm sorry, their happy dance afterwards, which was overturn this, was like genius. And I felt really, I have to say, I felt really bad for the American team because of the position that the president put them in.
Yeah.
But I feel like justice. You know what? We can't get justice here at home, so there was like a little bit of justice there.
So I have this. This is funny because it is interesting.
Is it?
And a little sad the way everything becomes political now. And one of the things that I was really enjoying about the World Cup is it became sort of a stand-in for the joy that we were missing from the 250th around 4th of July, right? Like it was fun that the American men's team, which is never as good as the American women's team, who, by the way, win the World Cup most of the time, or they at least give it a good run and a good show and are really fun to watch, and you should really watch them. But it was fun to see the men like be competitive, us have a decent team this time around. And also because it's here, you know, I've been traveling. I was in Boston, I was in Seattle, and in everywhere I went, like when I was in Boston, the Scotland teams were there. So there were all these men in kilts running around, drinking the bars out of their beer, like bars are running out of beer. And in Seattle, there were all kinds of teams, you know, running around. And there was like some controversy because it was Pride Week. And so they were doing their Pride event during the, I think, Iran-Egypt game. And so, like,
Oh crap, it's not good.
Stuff like that was fun and happy. Everyone was having a good time. And then stupid Donald Trump has to go and ruin it.
It's like it's gonna be a short night. I'm tired already. Who am I talking to? Just myself, because I'm the only one in here. Woo!
Feeling joy for the American team. I mean, obviously, I always root for America, but I was like so. I was annoyed on their behalf because I feel like then they got dragged. It's like the men's hockey team when they won gold. Like they get dragged into these political debates when they're just trying to represent the country and play sports.
Yes, and if you just think about, we just had the 250th anniversary of this country, and if you think about what that event could have been, in terms, and it reminds me so much of going through COVID, and I thought any other president would have made this not just a country unifying moment, but a world. I mean, talk about the sort of Wendell Willkie one world vision. Everyone had the same goal. Everyone was in the same boat. It is unbelievable. Like, talk about like never speaking to our better angels. Even when it's handed to you on a silver platter, it is remarkable, and what it says about the ability of somebody to sort of foment that, even in the face of such an obvious way to celebrate.
Okay.
Anyway, I did feel, just because I felt very bad for the Americans, because if they won, or they were going to be they would have lost. And if
tainted,
they lost,
they would have been tainted, right?
And I just felt like, you know, they work so hard. I mean, all the teams do, and so it was a disgrace.
But you're right. They were doing that like stupid dance that Trump does, which, by the way, sometimes I get asked this question. I swear to God, guys, we're going to talk about the news. We're going to talk about the law. But sometimes I get asked this question. I hate it. They're like, what's the one thing? Like, you have to say something nice about Donald Trump.
Okay, I guess
I demand you say something
a lot.
nice about Donald Trump because I obviously never do. And I would say, and I honestly, I've never been able to answer this question. I'm always like, no, I refuse. There's nothing good about this evil person. But I've belatedly decided that when it comes to dancing skills,
not coming across.
He and I are par. And so
is that a compliment?
It's not. No, I think it's a neg on me, but
Yo,
I would just say
Welcome.
that, like, I wouldn't say that my
What's
dance
up,
style, if you found me in the wild dancing, looks dissimilar to the way that Donald Trump dances.
Can I just say, this is going to be a perfect moment for the producers to cut to.
You must truly be bored
Dreyfus
to come to me for entertainment.
Her dance, because
that's right.
What's up? What you got going on?
Donald Trump, and now I have the image of Sarah Longwell doing that.
I'm like all shoulders, you know, I'm not like I've never understood how to like move my hips properly and rhythm and time. I do some white man overbites sometimes, you know, it's bad. It's bad. Anyway, but watching them mock Trump was funny. And I have had this feeling more and more lately where like, you know, the Canadians are doing something and I'm like, am I rooting for Canada? I think I'm rooting for Canada, you know, or like I find myself rooting for other people. And Donald Trump is doing this to us. I don't want it to be that way. Anyway.
Right. Anyway,
congrats
Sarah,
to Belgium.
I wonder if you could stop telling anecdotes. And
Maybe I was. Can you hear me? Oh, I muted the wrong one. You're right, I was muted. Anyway, I got to start over now. Thanks for. I had the wrong source muted. Anyway, no, the problem isn't the Russia stuff. Like, we already know that happened. He knows it happened. He's never going to admit that happened, but he knows that we know, and he knows that we know. However, the problem isn't the Russia stuff. The problem is that he's trying to manufacture consent from the public to allow him and his administration to mess with the midterms, because they know that they're going to get absolutely destroyed in this midterm election. So they're trying to get the public to go along with voter suppression tactics in the future. Because what they do, they want to send ICE to the polling places. They want to toss out ballots, and they want the public to be able to say, well, the elections aren't very secure, so they're just trying to secure the elections. But there's two things that you have to remember. One, we actually have some of the most secure elections in the world. There's a right-wing think tank, the Heritage Foundation. Maybe you heard of it, maybe not. There was a fairly recent, like within the past few years, I want to say sometime between 2020 and now, where they released a study that over the past several decades, we're talking like hundreds of millions of votes, probably closer to 1 billion votes. They were able to find only 1,100 and something instances of like blatant voter fraud, where somebody that was not allowed to vote actually did. That's 1,000 out of like 1 billion. So when it comes to the actual counting of the ballots, we have the most secure process in the world, and they're trying to gunk that up, is what they're trying to do, because they know that they cannot win legitimately, because the things that they are doing are absolutely terrible. The ICE murders, the war in Iran, yeah, that's those are the two big ones, but that's why he's doing it. So I wouldn't worry too much about the Russia stuff. That's not the problem.
could turn to the news, because I have to say, I think I have had a very, very bad effect on you. I think Mary McCord is much.
And if you pair that on the same day, yesterday, a few hours before Trump gave his speech, there was a some type of a conference that was hosted by Trump's administration. It had Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, and what they did is they've now started openly talking about this NSPM 7 that Trump had signed, this memo that he had signed early in his presidency, which it allows the administration, the federal law enforcement agencies, to start an investigation on somebody if they are connected to what they deem to be left-wing terrorist organizations, including anti-fascist groups, anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, just to name a few. So while people cannot be charged with that, there's no law saying that we're not allowed to be anti-capitalist. It gives these federal agencies a permission structure to begin. And if they begin their investigation based on these premises, it allows the justice system, which what we saw in Texas, I think it was in Prairieland. Somebody got like 30 years in prison here in Texas, and they weren't even at the ICE protest. Simply because they, I think they like threw away some like left-wing propaganda pamphlets that they had been passing out, and that was it. 30 years. So that's what they're doing. They're labeling, basically their political enemies are now in their eyes, in this current administration, their political enemies, basically anybody anti-Trump in some form or fashion, anti-AI, they added anti-AI to the list, is now considered basically a political terrorist. So both of those things happen on the same day. So I don't think that was a coincidence. It was like the Prairieland 9 or something like that, right? Yeah, I don't know the specific term. I can look it up. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Leader of Antifa cell members. So let's see. This is Houston. So the shooter obviously got 100 years. Like that's justifiable, right? You shoot. Actually, I don't even think he killed someone. I'm not saying that's a good thing. But how many times have you heard of somebody getting like 20 years for like a premeditated murder? You know what I mean? So that just shows you like how absurd they're being. Others getting 30 years or more. Yeah, so this was attempted murder. Honestly, like there's no way I would have. This is so absurd. 70 years? 50 years? 30 years? So the question I ask is the question I ask is which political demographic group, which political organization is most likely to feel threatened by anti-fascists, people who are against fascism? And I think the answer is simple. It's going to be freaking fascists. So that should be like, that should have been like a warning bell right off the start when they said that they were going to lump anti-fascists into left-wing terror groups. Like, oh, so you're just admitting your administration's fascist. And then I was told, like when I was telling people in my my sphere of influence, like personal people I know on a personal level, they said that I was like being extreme. Like so I don't know. I've been trying to point this out since he signed that NSPM 7 early on. It's like they're coming. And we have freaking Democrats. The Democratic Party is spending tens of millions of dollars to campaign and primaries against progressive candidates. You know what I mean? That's what they're focused on. Like the Democratic Party, the institution, I'm not talking about every elected member of Congress collectively. The party as an institution, as a fundraising organization, has spent more money and been more outspoken in their opposition towards progressive candidates than they have against Trump's fascism. So that's kind of upsetting. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the I guess that's my opinion on the Trump stuff, the Trump and Russia stuff. What else you got?
Much better at resisting
It's true.
the
I do
Weissman
like.
anecdote poll.
I'm sorry. I think you're a fun chat, man. I think you're a fun chat. All right. Let's. Great.
What are you talking about? I was just asked a question what I thought about the Trump Russia stuff. To summarize, I don't think that's important. I think the important thing to focus on is the intent of what he said yesterday, and the intent is to engage in more aggressive forms of voter suppression. So, anyway,
Fine. Here, we'll talk about.
you got a
the
question?
Epstein
Throw it in there.
files. Andrew, are you happy?
Until
Because there
then,
are two cases I want to talk about.
Right.
The
I
first.
I'm gonna build my
answer
city
that.
and watch videos.
Yeah. The first. This is like.
You're welcome
this is
to
like some
chill. You're
dark
welcome to ask
stuff we gotta
questions.
talk about now. So the first is this
I'll
case
answer them
filed
to the
by
best of my ability.
DC or filed in DC
If
by
it's an
Katie
opinion, I'll
Fang,
give
who's a
an
journalist,
opinion.
to get
If it's a
files
fact-based, I'll do
under
my
the
best
Epstein
to
Transparency
find
Act.
evidence.
I'm a little confused about this. Maybe you could. I've got questions. Maybe you can set it up, and then I'll ask questions.
Yeah. Okay. So, full disclosure: Katie Fang is a former colleague of mine. She was from MS Now.
Yeah, I guess I'm still stuck on thinking that any incriminating evidence might make a difference. No, it really doesn't. Because this NSPM 7 gives them the justification to start the investigation. I think that every single Democratic candidate in this election cycle needs to be full speed prosecuting, imprisoning, and sanctioning every single member of this administration to start. And then like every single ICE officer needs to be investigated and prosecuted. Well, I wouldn't say prosecuted because I'm sure there's a bunch that haven't engaged in illegal activity, but as an organization, it needs to be gone, abolished, 100%. But I bet you guys didn't know that, or maybe some of you did, that the federal government, the executive, U.S. executive, the president, has the capacity of sanctioning individuals, meaning the individual, if they were sanctioned because they've done this to UN justices when they ruled against when they claimed that Israel was committing a genocide, which they are. There have been justices that have been sanctioned by the United States, meaning they are unable to access any money whatsoever. They're like not even able to earn money. The president also has a unaliving list that they can add anyone to. Oh, no doubt. Especially Stephen Miller. Like, honestly, like, I don't think that Trump specifically cares. Like, I don't think he cares one way or the other as long as he's profiting. Like, if he could profit, if it would be easier for him to profit without harming anyone, he would do it. I think that's what matters to him. As long as people follow him, basically worship him, as long as they talk about how great he is and how smart he is, as long as he can expand his wealth, he doesn't care what happens. The ones to worry about are the Stephen Millers. Those are the ones to worry about because they're the ones that have an ideology behind their actions. Who else is in here? I'm John Boat. What's up? Welcome, welcome. JD Vance. I don't think. Well, JD Vance is a chameleon. He will do whatever. Yeah, he is Peter Thiel's puppet. That's for sure. It's kind of weird. He hangs out with Peter Thiel. He comes back better dressed and wearing eyeliner. So do whatever you want with that information. No, he's a chameleon. He will do and say whatever he thinks is going to make him relevant in the moment, which is why in 2020 or prior to 2020, he had that tweet calling Trump America's Hitler. He doesn't have any. The only ideology JD Vance has is relevance. That's it. The guyliner is wild. Yeah. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you do you. Like, you can't eyeliner your way out of a lack of charisma. Like, I don't think he understands that.
I was talking directly to him. So I wanted to say, Donald, in France, because I know he's a big
Francophile.
big Francophile. Actually, he loves the pomp.
Oh, I want to tie the NSPM 7, the expansion of the terrorist list to cover left wing groups. That also ties in to the internet ID laws. So you see this going around Congress now. I don't know where it's at in Congress. I haven't checked up in a while, but they're trying to pass a law it's supposed to make the internet safe for kids, right? It's supposed to be based on children's safety, but in order for the site to confirm whether you're a child or not, it has to scan your ID. You have to submit a photo ID. So what that will do is, regardless, so basically you don't have to show that you're a child so that you get denied. You have to prove that you're an adult so that you're allowed. So now what that will do is it will completely remove internet anonymity. And why do they want to do that? Because it will make it so much easier with all these AI data centers for these for the administration who's working with these AI billionaires. They're working together so they can just, if there's, in the same way that the algorithm is able to tell if you're interested in buying shoes or if you're interested in buying a Big Mac, it will be able to tell if you are like a left-wing organizer. You know what I mean? If you're likely to be, motivated towards politically left activism. That's what they want. They don't care about the kids. They care about removing internet anonymity to track people. Why not take away access to the internet from children altogether? That's on the parents. Oh, he just needs to dress like Freddie Mercury. So why not? Okay, so in my opinion, that should be on the parents to determine whether their children has access to the internet. I think that if a parent contacts the cable or the internet company, is like, these are the websites I don't want service to, then they should be able to block those. Or they can do it from the router and modem. They can do it from the child's individual device. But it takes effort on the part of the parents to do. And considering how busy we are, generally speaking, it can feel very overwhelming. However, the only way to confirm, like, aside from parent oversight, the only way to confirm whether or not the person on the internet is a child or an adult, or on a specific site, not necessarily the internet, but a specific site, is the only way to confirm that is for an ID. Who's home? Oh, hi. Hi. Oh, you're gonna be later. I'm sorry.
Well, a couple things about
Okay.
this, which is one of the arguments that the government made in
You have what?
responding was, oh, you shouldn't have filed under the
You have
Epstein
to?
Transparency Act. That you don't, that's not the right statute. You should have filed under the Freedom of Information Act, which is a way for anybody to get.
I feel like it should be treated like alcohol. Shouldn't be on the parents alone to decide kids drink. There should be regulations, place to stop it. Yeah, there's lots of ways of blocking certain sites. There should be phones made that specifically only allow shortlisted kid-friendly websites and apps. Yeah, actually, that's actually a pretty good idea. But the issue is, I think the issue is it's ultimately on the service provider. Wait, is this from the I don't co-parent with the government crowd, or is this something? This is bipartisan, widely bipartisan. It's like a child safety, like internet child safety laws or something. This is coming from two groups of people. There's two. The reason it's so widespread is because there's two groups of people, and these two groups cover the vast majority of the population. The first group is the people that want to monitor the internet in order to suppress their political opposition, and they're okay with it. That's going to be the Trump administration, the MAGA cult, and so on and so forth. The second group is going to be people who don't. It's going to be the uninformed voter, the person that doesn't have time to look into this. That's the second group, and all they hear is this legislation is going to help prevent my child from going to pornography websites. Yeah, of course. Like, what parent is going to be like, no, I want to make it easier for my child to get to pornography sites? You know what I mean? No parent's going to logically say that. But again, the overwhelming majority of voters don't have time to look into the specifics and think of what that means in the long term. You know what I mean? So that's why it has like wide bipartisan support. And a fucking mosquito got in here, you son of a bitch. Out of here. I hate mosquitoes. I think I missed. All right. See, this is what I definitely missed. I saw him again. Son of a bitch. Anyway, mosquitoes sabotage. Yeah, dude. It's a drone. It's like the birds. Mosquitoes aren't real. They're government monitoring devices. This is the reason that our government is where it is today, is because there has been a systematic, intentionally systematic process over decades to lower education, to propagandize, and to generally get people to stop paying attention. You know what I mean? And we are at the culmination of it. Like, this is like, you might have heard a lot of people like, what do they call them? The doomers. Say, oh, this is the most important election of our time. It's more election of our time. Like, they might have been overselling it before, but they were not wrong, because each election, especially after 2000, I think 2000 was a big accelerator when the Supreme Court basically told Florida to stop counting the votes. you know, they're like, nope, Bush won. Sorry. That was like a serious accelerator because shortly after that, you had 9/11, and then you had the Patriot Act, which allowed the government to basically spy on US citizens, like en masse, you know? And yeah, we are legitimately at a culmination, like if if the if the Democratic Party, um, if they do not win at least one of the houses this midterm, we're screwed. I really, I'm going to keep trying. You know what I mean? Like, always keep trying, even if you think you're screwed. Always keep fighting. But the other thing is, if we win one or both of the houses, and the establishment corporate Democrats, if they don't put up a fight, if they don't follow through, if they don't go full speed on trying to get these people like investigated and prosecuted, we're screwed. Not over till it's over. Exactly. Exactly.
Of good faith regarding the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, the sitting governor of Minnesota, the sitting mayor of Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. That's an interesting way of pronouncing it. Minneapolis.
The judge who just quashed a grand jury subpoena related to the 2020 election, and that judge was appointed by Donald Trump and quashed that, saying you are not even meeting good faith standards. And then I would talk about the people who have been fired at the Department of Justice for doing their job. I would grill him on, can you just walk me through why people who were afforded due process, including people who attacked police officers, why it is that you called this whole group and the way they were treated a grave national injustice. Can you walk me through why you're saying all of them got injustice from every federal judge who they were in front of? And it's a whole panoply of judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans in the DC. Why that is a grave national injustice. Can you tell me why you fired a woman who was on the Main Justice podcast?
If they don't win the House, it's even more important that you fight, since you'll have even less people do the fighting for you. Yeah, absolutely. Like, they might have the money, like the right wing, which, if you look at campaign finance, the right wing, the Republican Party, is outfunding the Democratic Party by a factor of 2 or 3. It's ridiculous. And the right wing Democrats, the establishment Democrats, like the Hakeem Jeffries, the Chuck Schumers, the Cory Bookers, what's the dude, Jared Moskowitz, those guys. Instead of attacking the right and trying to stop fascism, they're more focused on keeping progressives from winning. So we have both of those to go up against, and both of those groups have the money. But what they don't have is the people, which is why you see a lot of progressive candidates overperforming in these elections. They do all this polling, right? They're like, oh, it's so close. And then you see that the Denver progressive candidate wins the primary by 13 points. And they're saying it was within 3 before the election started. So that's why you see them overperforming, because we have the people, we have the energy. But the thing is it takes persistence. You have to day in and day out. You have to make, I understand that not everybody can do this, but whatever you can put into, even if it doesn't really help much, but even just sharing a post, no matter how minor it is, just maybe somebody will see it that wouldn't have otherwise, even if you can just mention a cheeky comment in a conversation, it might pop something in their brain that they hadn't heard before. You just never know. And if you can door knock, awesome. If you can phone bank, even if you're in a district that's like that favors Republicans by 20 points, that shouldn't stop you from trying to help progressive candidates in other blue districts. You know what I mean? No matter how minor it is, just one foot in front of the other. No matter how slow your progress is, just one foot in front of the other.
He's also the one who was Donald Trump's personal lawyer, defense attorney, and who went and saw Ghislaine Maxwell in prison and put her in the Club Fed so she could have puppies and yoga. And it gets to this sort of my overall question now that we've done 20 minutes on the Katie Fang Epstein search under the law. Are we going to get to see these files ever? And why shouldn't, even though you just said all of those things and they are all really good, shouldn't senators focus on reanimating Epstein as an issue, both for Blanche and for Trump? Because I still want to see those Epstein files. Like, I don't know that I think Katie Fang has standing, but I sure would like to see them released.
Oh. Yeah. What's that saying? All progress is baby steps or whatever. Yeah, like a lot of people, they become so demotivated when they look at how far they have to go to reach their goal. They're like short-sighted, I guess. It's why a lot of people, like, they don't go to college, because it's like, oh my god, because it just feels like they don't view each individual step as progress. You know what I mean? So that's something that each individual has to overcome. Like, it doesn't matter what destination you want to get to. You're never going to get there until you take whatever the next step is, Is City Skylines 2 good in your experience? I got the first one, but not sure if it's worth. It's been so long since I played the first one. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember the difference between the two, to be honest with you. Like, I got Skylines 2 when it first came out, so I've had it for a while. And I didn't touch it for like a year and a half, and I just started playing it again, But I liked 1. I liked 2. I'm pretty sure 2 has more features, but I'm sure there were lots of complaints. I guarantee if you go through, if you just like Google Reddit threads around the time of its release, you'll find a lot of people complaining. I really want to make Car-Free City, and that's kind of hard to do in 1. I heard it's better in 2. So I'll show you real quick. So in 2, that's 2 has an option where you set up these. I don't remember if 1 had this or not, but you can set up districts, and and you can enact specific policies in the districts. So you can enact like a heavy traffic ban to keep like semi trucks from driving through. You can set up speed bumps to slow down traffic and stuff like that. Yes. So there are ways to lower the traffic, but I can't imagine it ever being car free. Let me see. Is this district? Yes, like even this district has like a heavy weapons ban, parking fee, and there's still like freaking cars everywhere. You know what I mean? I've seen it's possible in 2. I mean, maybe it is. I guess I don't have any like micro level goals like that. I'm just trying to build as much as possible. That's really it. I'm trying to make it expand across the whole map. That's really my only goal.
Where basically, Ms. Maxwell, before your favorite color was blue, was it turquoise? I mean, that's sort of the level of questioning.
Oh, nice hanging around. See you around. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, thanks. Anytime. Come back anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime you see me on, give me a follow.
We're not sure if
Prime subs are free.
Epstein files is the. I guess we're less likely with him as the head of DOJ.
So can I just maybe, that's like a good, Bill Barr wrote this thing that there's like this is, could he just stop? But he wrote this thing that basically said, look, he's not great, but he's better than the alternative. It's like the devil you know.
What alternative? Are we talking about Matt Gaetz? Like, what's...
Exactly. And you know what? That's wrong, because giving Todd Blanche this sort of seal of approval, if you think things are bad now, it will be worse.
Oh, see, this guy...
You know what? Saying no...
This guy...
means that the next...
This guy is unintentionally arguing against fear reduction politics. Fear reduction voting. He is arguing against it right just now. He said just because Todd Blanche may be better, it's not an excuse to approve him over someone else. And this is the same thing that that people have been getting bitched at, progressives have been getting bitched at, because they're saying people like Kamala Harris or Alyssa Slotkin or Gavin Newsom, when people like me say they are not good enough, we get bitched at, but he is making that argument unintentionally, and it's freaking hilarious.
The message to the White House is the next person has to be more acceptable, not less.
Right.
And so it's just such a bad argument to say, it could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse, but that doesn't mean you have to go along with this. It's so important. I mean, this is somebody, Sarah, who a federal judge has just said is in violation of the law.
Right. This before we turn the page here and talk about Fulton County and their latest assault on voting rights, my last observation on somebody like Blanche is it's a very typical strategy for Trump, is that they level... Your rant reminded me of this. There are so many things that it becomes difficult to sort of pin him down on one.
That's by design.
Republicans are able to, I'm going to switch thoughts here, but they made Hunter Biden and the Biden crime feel like a whole meal. One thing, they're going the laptop or whatever. Every nook and cranny. The Trump guys are so replete with corruption. Trump himself, it's like even right now, you're talking about Plattner, and it's like the president of the United States has not only been adjudicated and found guilty of sexual assault, but there are 28
Wrong. He was not found guilty.
Separate claims.
He was not a criminal court. He was found liable.
So it's like
for sexual abuse.
The scale, and this was the same thing
But
with the prosecutions.
according to New York
Trump
law,
was elected again, it was like there's
the only
so
reason it was
many
not
of them
rape
that
is
they
because of
become
statute
like
of
noise.
limitations.
Blanche is similar, right? There's so many violations. There's so many things that it becomes disorienting to try to get it sort of pared down, both in terms of the time constraints to go over how many violations he's had, and also to get public to pay attention to the specificity of them. Anyway.
Absolutely, but this is the big lie strategy of doing it, except that here there's a nuance, which is the big lie, except that we've got 400 of them, not just one, so it makes it even worse. But that to me is that is a cons issue, and it's I think we may have talked about this because when you are a prosecutor, one of your jobs in front of a judge and jury is the defense lawyer, when there is a bad piece of evidence, and I don't mean this pejoratively, this is their job within the bounds of the ethical rules, is to go, look over here. It's like, there's a bad piece of evidence, and they're like, let's look at the prosecution table. Let's look how they did this. Let's, because anything to get you to not look at the evidence, they're just going to be like, look at the birdie. And your job, and by the way, that works with juries, it works with judges, and your job is to be like, okay, I'm going to deal with that argument in a moment, but let's first recalibrate where we are. And and that's, I think that, whatever you think of Bill Clinton, he was very good at focusing and being smart and analytical. When President Obama was running against Hillary Clinton, he was so good at saying, look, that's silly season. Let's talk about this rationally. Like just having that ability to refocus, and there obviously is enough of an appetite. I'm not saying that works for everybody all the time, but clearly it worked enough to where people could speak rationally and thoughtfully. But it takes a very, very good communicator who's very organized in their thinking, who's not nerdy like I am, to figure out good ways to phrase all of that.
Right. Yeah, and it is a communications challenge that is made harder whenever there's so much that you are trying to boil down. But it is nowhere near impossible. And there's a few people out there who are doing a pretty good job. John Ossoff. All right, Andrew. Another perennial topic for you and me is Trump's ongoing crusade to undermine the election process, including relitigating the validity of the 2020 election. Earlier this week, that crusade took a meaningful hit in Fulton County. DOJ previously served a grand jury subpoena seeking the names and other personal information of everyone who worked on the 2020 election in Fulton County. Like they want all the names. They want all the names of the volunteers.
Yes.
Like this is insane. This is insane stuff. You wanna give us any important details about DOJ's subpoena and then explain what the court ruled this week?
Sure. So I was alluding to this in my litany of, Blanche sins, because this is happening under his watch. And this is a case that is before a judge who was appointed by Donald Trump in his first term. So this cannot be somebody who's, attacked by Stephen Miller as being some, rogue left-wing judge. This is one of theirs. As you correctly said, this is an incredibly broad subpoena, which the court described as a fishing expedition, an arbitrary fishing expedition. And I have like a couple big picture things about it, but first let me just say what he did. He quashes it and says that the main problem with this grand jury subpoena is that not only is there no there, like you haven't articulated anything that sounds criminal, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is what you tell me that you are focusing on, and what this is all geared to is something that happened in 2020 and ended the goal of the conspiracy that you are alleging ended with the election.
Yes,
and
he's a baby.
Guess what? There's a statute of limitations, meaning that's the amount of time in which the government can bring a criminal case. And
not if they're labeled a terrorist,
because there's a 5-year statute of limitations, and you are
they
trying
can black
to do
bag
this
you
now,
and
but,
send you to
do the
Guantanamo
math.
Bay.
We're in 2026.
Congratulations.
So it doesn't meet that. And the judge
welcome
is
to your new
stating
home
on this, where he says the government's position is, in spite of the fact that this cannot see the light of day, the government says, well, that argument about this as being out of time, that's an argument that the defense needs to raise at trial. So the judge says, so what you're saying is that you're allowed to indict somebody now on a case that is barred, put them through trial, put the court's time through trial only to have it inevitably dismissed. And he's like, I'm not going along with that. But that tells you, that to me was like, okay, that tells you what they're doing with James Comey, what they did with Letitia James, what they want to do with all of these people, which is the goal is to put them through the trial, even if they lose, because it's a win-win.
Right.
Like in this situation, the judge is like, I'm not having any of it. What is remarkable to me is the president seems to care about election interference when there's no proof of any material fraud whatsoever that has been produced. But when it comes to foreign election interference, where there is proof up one side and down the other, and Senator Marco Rubio signed off on that, That's not being looked at at all, and that's not being targeted going forward, even though it's going to happen. So as long as it's foreign interference in my favor, have at it. But when it's a bugaboo which makes me sort of have to not admit that I lost an election, that's a bugaboo I'm gonna like die on that hill. That's sort of point one. The other, which is something that's really important about this case, is it has legs. If I'm John Brennan, and I'm thinking about this grand conspiracy theory that's been in the news about trying to tie a conspiracy that starts with Obama and ends with Jack Smith, or although maybe even after. And like there's some huge conspiracy to violate civil rights. Well, this judge says, no. He directly says that whatever conspiracy you are alleging, leave aside that there's no proof of it, it ends with the election. It's like whatever is happening after that is under a Supreme Court case doesn't extend the statute of limitations beyond the election. The main goal, according to you, was to defeat Donald Trump and get, X person president, so who's not Donald Trump. And so he's like, that's out of time. And so if you're John Brennan, you're like, not only can you not use the grand jury, but you have a judge saying this is not a valid theory for indictment. That at this point. So it is now obviously it's a district judge, in Georgia. So, it's not binding on other district judges, but it is a very, very good opinion to defeat this sort of crazy that we're reading about in terms of the grand conspiracy.
So do they just have to drop this entirely now?
They can appeal it.
Okay.
They could appeal it. I won't tell you that there's no basis for this to be reversed. In other words, in a normal world, I think this judge definitely went to the edge of the law, and I think there's some arguments for why it's like he may have gone too far. I don't think so in this situation. I think what's going for this court's decision is the context and who this judge is, where he's like going, I see you. I see what you're doing. And the courts are not going to be a part of it. And your arguments where we normally would accord good faith and regularity, no. And the fact that it's coming from somebody who was appointed by Donald Trump, I just think, yes, there may be a technical legal argument. This is sort of like your world and my world colliding. Like, I could see us if we were at DOJ having a thing where I'd be like, well, here are the arguments, blah, blah, blah. And we could convince the circuit, and you'd be like, I hear you on those legal points, but we're going to be showing our ass to a circuit court on this case. Do we want to lose face? Even more, we lose face so often, but is this really the case to do it in? Yeah.
Okay. There's one other election fraud sort of related news though that I wanted to ask you about, because there's these letters from Harmeet Dillon, who's another one of these MAGA weirdo characters. But she is the head of DOJ's Civil Rights Division. And she sent this to state election officials this week, where she's basically like threatening them over, I think it's like a shot across the bow. It says, if anybody who is illegally here in the country votes, like, we're coming for you. And I was like, first of all, it is already illegal for people who are not American citizens to vote. Like, this is not a thing that happens as a widespread thing, the way that they try to act like it does. But to me, these all seem like they are laying the predicate for how they're going to challenge the election in 2026.
Totally. So, first of all, here's another task for your wonderful producers, which is, I don't know if you've seen the image that just came out of
Who's in here?
Ms. Dillon, the head of the Civil Rights Division.
I'm John
swearing in
About,
the
still
new
in here.
recruits.
Awesome. What you got going on?
The headline
John a
that I
boat?
saw said
I know who you
civil
are.
rights, not civil rights, because
I've seen you in
unbelievable.
Discord.
You see, like these
Not my
scores
Discord.
of people not diverse.
Yeah.
Civil rights division.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was whiter than when I got to the FBI and looked around the table and the
If you just got the
yeah,
video
senior
playing,
executive staff, where I was like,
to give me
okay,
views.
this is pretty white, but it
Thank
wasn't
you.
totally, and it wasn't all just men.
even if it's muted, I appreciate
so
it.
that's sort of point one. Point two is this. I couldn't agree with you more that this is kind of a win-win. This is a threat. It is, we have our eyes on you. It's also just absurd because, like, of course it's illegal for somebody who's not a citizen to vote, but it doesn't mean that the Secretary of State is going to be criminally prosecuted unless they know it. I mean,
Right. Unless they're sending people to vote who are
they will try.
legally shouldn't be.
I mean, the analogy which I used to give when I was at the department is like, I'm sorry, is Harmeet Dillon going to be criminally responsible for every wrong of everybody at the Department of Justice? I mean, no. I mean, unless she knows about it. I mean, it's like that's not. I mean, the idea that you would send this is just, you know, it's insane. But
Should
it
Donald
is the
Trump be held
predicate
responsible for every
like,
January
as
6th
crazy as it is,
insurrectionist?
we
Also,
are going
yes.
to see this again when what's going to happen is as night falls the day at the midterms, they're going to say, see, you didn't do X. We wanted you to do X. We wanted you to turn over these documents to us and you didn't, and courts didn't allow it. And so this is why there is fraud and you're hiding it. And if you had given this to us and we would have been able to see it and we would have done this independent job, but you're hiding this all. So we're going to see it at the back end.
Master
and so
Liberty, I
from
see
their
that.
Perspective, it's sort of a win-win.
I see you popping in
even
here.
though it's absurd.
Dropping
because,
bits.
as you
No, not
said,
bits. Cheers, whatever it is, votes.
it's like,
I saw
where's
you.
the proof?
I saw it. We'll try to
Like,
hide it.
Yeah, well,
It's-
this I want people to sort of take this and put it on a pill, because this is what
Didn't even say hi. You just
we
came
are
in.
watching the building blocks going
dropping
into
some
this.
votes.
Like they are going to challenge the results.
To be fair, this game
of
is
the
kind of boring to watch,
2026
so
election.
I don't blame you.
The Democrats are good.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, anyone who doesn't think that is like, it's not just you are putting your head in the sand. I mean, it is
At the dinner.
telegraphed
Awesome.
up one side and down the other.
That's right. It is like very clear what they're doing. You can see it, and we will. I actually, even just thinking about it now, we will make.
What's on the menu? I don't even know what I'm having for dinner yet. It's a mystery.
We know how to oppose it because this is Donald Trump is so afraid of oversight. It's the reason that he did all the redistricting, and it's the reason that they're doing all of this in Fulton County.
Beanie
and
weenies.
we just have to be prepared for the fact that they are
Ooh,
what he's
Texas
trying
rolls.
to do is to see if they can drag out.
Oh man, I love the rolls that they give you at Texas
post-2026
Roadhouse.
seating
Oh,
of the
delicious.
new Congress by bringing legal challenges everywhere.
I
because
have
they're
made the
gonna try to
mistake of
delay
eating
that
too
oversight as
many
long
of
as
the
possible.
rolls before my dinner
Okay,
at
I
Texas
hope our listeners
Roadhouse.
are not exhausted by Supreme Court talk, because obviously we covered it a lot on this podcast over the last few weeks. But I found out in the show prep that you're a Fourth Amendment expert. I didn't know that you're like a scholar of the Fourth Amendment. Dude, I know my amendments like I know my commandments, which is to say, vaguely. Vaguely. Okay.
A little TMI.
My point is that when there are big institutional things that lay out, I know that you're not supposed to covet things, and I know you're not supposed to swear or whatever. It's just like I also know there's free speech, but which one's the fourth one? Fourth one's about.
So it comes after 3.
Great.
Thanks.
Great point.
And
Genius.
it's before 5.
Does it have is it important? Is it an important
Yes.
one? Why
Wait.
did you make it your life's work?
So I teach the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment is the right to privacy. It is search and seizure.
Oh, I love that one. It's a great
So,
amendment.
It is so. It is all about when can the police enter your home? When can they make an arrest? What factual predication do they need? Can they go up to people in Minnesota and drag them out of cars? Can they approach people and talk to them, and what can they say, and at what point does that become an arrest and challengeable? When can they just start searching you or searching your home or getting a search warrant or getting an electronic intercept of your phone or your emails? I mean, it is, especially now with big data and all these communication devices, the Fourth Amendment, which has always been a mess,
There's
is
due
like
process for
a
search
big,
seizure as well as
fat,
eminent
hot
domain.
mess.
Yeah,
That's
he said that before you had a chance
They
to,
teach you
before
that
it
in
showed
law
up in the,
school?
Yeah,
Okay.
second and third year. It's a little advanced for first.
where you had a chance to type it out.
So
He beat you to it.
it is a big deal. It is it's fascinating to see where the court is, and I think the fact that it's complicated makes it interesting. That it's it's not sometimes. There's parts of law school which is like rules of evidence where it's like,
But I still know
okay, you just need to,
I believe you.
You just need to learn this and memorize it.
So there was one case I didn't talk about this one with Vladik, but there was a court ruling in the Shatri, am I saying that right?
Yep.
Case related to phone location data. And so can you just like tell us about
We should
this
apply
one
to
and what the
private
court did?
parties, though.
Yeah, so it's on something called geofencing. Well, by the way, I love that you can't just say fencing, or you can't say like.
What do you mean private parties?
locating
I'm thinking of
phones.
like
You
a
have
birthday
to have
party
some
at someone's
special
house.
word. Geolocating.
Yeah.
I mean,
And so this is
individuals?
like geolocating and geofencing.
Like a party is in
So
as
what is
a
it? It's
an
really
entity.
very easy. So let's say that you have a bank robbery, and I think Justice Kagan, who wrote the decision, used this as an example. Look, and this is like a real life example. You have a
Private
a
individuals
bank
and companies.
robbery at
Yes, an entity.
location
Okay,
X,
gotcha.
And you know
That's
how
what I
we all
figured, but the
carry
first thing that
around
came to mind was like a birthday
phones?
party.
I mean, obviously, criminals, note to self, not a good idea, but they do anyway. And so you want to see what phones were around there at the time of the bank robbery.
Because those are witnesses.
Those are witnesses or the person who did it.
Oh, right. Or the criminals, sure. Okay. I'm learning. I'm still learning, Andrew.
Okay. And you know what? It's really easier if you've got two bank robberies and you think they might be related. Then you want to do, I want to know within a certain radius of bank one and a certain radius of bank two and a certain time frame, like, an hour, a half hour before, a half hour after. And then you just compare the two. And it's like, you know what? If one pops up, it's like,
We gotcha.
Judge, I was nearly present twice.
Yeah.
It's like, so it can be very, very good evidence. But it's also extremely
Hey, bro,
broad
what's up, Yellowstone?
Because you're
Welcome back.
It's, this is like, by the way, I just learned about this thing, which you'll be shocked that I'm about to use this. But do you know what a FAD is? FAD, but it's F period, A period, D period.
No.
So it's a fishing assistance device, which is, in other words, when hunters, they bait animals? Well, this is something that
I learned about this. Hold on.
commercial fishermen use, and it's a way of attracting.
Ooh, this was there was a Netflix thing on this. I'm gonna try to find it. I'll keep it playing, but there's a. Oh my gosh! You know what? I'm gonna find it before I keep playing it because. There was a specific device that was used. It was after 9/11, and this dude, like, he was a freaking genius. And they wouldn't have caught him if they hadn't used this device. But it basically monitored every single wireless signal in a specific area. Basically meaning the police, without a warrant, was able to monitor like an entire apartment building's cellular traffic. Like, not specifics, like they couldn't monitor like what was being said on the calls, but they could see that this phone was connecting to this tower at this time, right? Sounds like yeah, dude, there's a Netflix thing on it, and I'm trying to find it. Where he spent that he was offered a public defender, right? And he turned it down, and he chose to represent himself. And he spent, I want to say, close to 5 years litigating his own case. Like he basically became over a 5 year span studying law, not just procedures, but like legitimate, like federal and state laws, representing himself. And it took him almost 5 years to get the police to release what device they were using, what method they were using that allowed them to locate his signal. And I'm trying to find it. Oh my gosh, what was it? What was it? So infuriating. I'm trying to figure it out so bad. Stingray. I think it was Stingray. I think it was called, yep, device. It's called a Stingray. Okay. Yep. Do you hear Trump wants ICE to be protected from interstate? Of course he does. Of course he does. He absolutely does. I think that's a bit fascist. Oh. If that's all you heard from yesterday or from the last 2 days, there are 3 very important aspects and 2 big ones that happened. 2 of the big ones that happened yesterday. The first is Trump's speech about election interference. He's trying to manufacture consent so that he can justify intimidating voters at polling places. That's one. That's what he's trying to do. I think you heard about the election commission stuff. Yes. So that's the first thing. The second thing, on the same day, earlier that day, there was a political terrorism conference held by the Trump administration. It had Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent. There's a third thing I completely forgot. Basically, what they've done is they have expanded by using NSPM 7. They have expanded the terrorist label to cover people who are anti-capitalist, anti-AI, anti-Christian, among other things. There's a bunch of anti-fascist. Weird. It's weird that, I mean, if you think about it, which political demographic group is going to want to restrain people who are anti-fascists? If you just ask that question, you're like, well, that would be the fascists. Well, there you go. Anyway, so that was at this conference yesterday where they were talking about, they said that they were expanding this terrorist label, and it basically just gives them an excuse to investigate people. Like, because there's no such, because of our free speech laws, you can't really prosecute somebody for domestic terrorism, but it just gives them the excuse to investigate, right? So that's the other thing. So now you've got election intimidation coming up, which is what he wants to do. Then you have Hold on, I'll get to your comments in a second. I'm going through this. You got the expansion of the terrorism label to include left-wing groups, right? And then the third thing that happened yesterday, Tom Homan, a member of the Trump administration, he was on Fox News. You know what? Actually, I'm going to play the clip. I am just going to play the clip, is what I want to do. I want you to hear what this guy said himself. What you said himself. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. This was 2 days ago. My bad. Here we go. Let's see if this is it. Here we go. Let's see what Tom Homan is up to, shall we?
Good to see you tonight. Tell us, if you would, what happened yesterday with this pause on the vehicle stops. It initially struck me as a bit of a
Oh, keep in mind, ICE is still murdering people, by the way. They're killing lawful residents. They're killing people who have they have their green cards, you know. They're in the process of getting their citizenship. They're killing people who are not even the target of their investigation. Why would they do that? Oh, I don't know, because they saw a brown person driving by. Anyway, back to Mushmouth here. Damn it.
an reaction.
Let's hear what
given the
Mushmouth
fact that
has
we
to
have
say.
Thousands of these stops that happen peacefully every month, but it seemed like the
Oh,
president.
yep. I
was
just
not
talked about the
happy
main
about
shooting.
this.
Well, look, I've been doing this a long time. Vehicle stops are our main tool for us to.
Oh, regarding mass shootings, thank God for free speech for now. Regarding mass shootings, keep in mind that the Trump administration removed the statistics from their from one of the government websites that showed what percentage of politically motivated attacks, what percentage are left-leaning versus right. They took that down a while ago. Like, I want to say it was like towards the end of last year or early this year. Now, why would they do that? I wonder which political side of the spectrum do you think is responsible for most political violence? If you guessed it was right-wing ideologies like fascism or racism, you would be correct.
Job, and we got to continue that. I
right,
think
back to
we're blowing
Mushmouth.
out proportion a little bit. I don't think Mark Wayne Mullen ever intended people to think we're doing away with the policy. He wanted to do a short-term policy to make sure that the agents out there on these operations have the vehicle stop.
No focus on the 4 and the 1 such as idiocy. Oh, 197 case trans 4 female. So if I'm in New York, get shot by a New Jersey ICE agent, if Trump wins, I couldn't even sue him. Oh yeah, because they're not. Well, Trump isn't supposed to run again, but that doesn't mean he's not going to try to stay. Oh, hold on, I got to go back a little bit.
So here's my concern. I think on the rights, don't open your door, don't comply. You see signs of these protests, resist. And this is the problem. You need to comply with law enforcement. So here's my concern. I think Mark Wayne might have been.
Yes,
one
just
of the
comply.
He wanted to
just comply. Just let our fascist federal enforcement agency, that's not even a legitimate law enforcement agency, just let them violate your constitutional rights. Like, just let them do that. That's what he's saying.
Look at temporary pause. I'm scared to death because assault with vehicles are sky high. There's been a lot of shootings. I'm scared to death that one of these days our ICE officers aren't going to be quick enough. The bad guys will be quick.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to hand another.
Listen to this. He is scared after all of the murders that ICE has conducted. He's scared for the officers, the ICE officers, ICE agents, whatever you want to call them.
Folded flag to a spouse or a child. So, you know, President Trump's clear this policy is not going away. But it all goes back to the Dems who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't real law enforcement agency.
It's true.
You and I talked about this 1.5 years ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
There you go. There you go. This is your federal government. There you go. Yep. That's where we're at. Shut your mouth and let us violate your constitutional rights. Let us murder you. Let us murder the brown people. And then, you know, then we'll get to the other people next. Then we'll get to the libtards next. But in the meantime, just shut up, or there's going to be more bloodshed. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. That also happened in the last couple days. So, anyway, back to the presidential powers are weird sometimes. I don't think I would consider this to be weird. No, this is just outright. There's nothing else you can call this besides fascist. Like, there's absolutely nothing else. Anyway, okay. Anyway, back to the previous story. So yeah, it was a 2-part series titled The Stingray on Netflix. I don't know if it's still there. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube somewhere. But there are plenty of words to describe it. Yeah, abhorrent is one that comes to mind. Anyway, The Stingray. Oh, okay. So it acted as a fake cell phone tower that prompted nearby phones to connect to it, essentially as a. So, what's the term for when someone sets up a fake Wi-Fi? There's a nerdy IT term for it, and I can't think of what it is. He managed to evade authorities, but was eventually caught. After his arrest, he studied law while in prison. See, that's what I said. Filed a Freedom of Information Act request and successfully exposed the government had used this. But okay, so what they're glossing over here is that it took him years. Like, he kept filing discovery after. So basically, what would happen is the government, in their prosecution of him, they were using the Trump delayed tactics. You know what I mean? Where he would file a discovery and then they would play stupid and drag it out. Which is why it took so many years. And then he found and then what another tactic they did is when he would request something, they would just flood him with a bunch of nonsense. You know what I mean? They had boxes upon boxes, even though he just asked for one specific piece of information. You know? Our justice system is absolutely fucked, by the way. But eventually, he legitimately read every single document they gave him. And I remember on one of the documents, there was a specific phrase that he hadn't seen anywhere else. It didn't say what the equipment was. That's how all cases that go. They call it dumping. Yeah, it's bullshit. So, well, anyway, there was one specific phrase that they used, and I can't remember the phrase. You got to check it out, because there is no question that this was some sort of Fourth Amendment violation. There's no doubt. I'm sure they brought it up. Oh, it was part of an entire series called Web of Make-Believe, Death Lies in the Internet. Oh, maybe. Or no, this says a 2-part tell this to. Anyway, whatever. You can find it. You just go on Netflix and type Stingray or something. So yeah. Okay. Let's see what the article says. Read this. Hold on. I'm getting other stuff. Cops use a secret government phone tracker to find him. Okay, so this was written in 2018. Oh, 2008. Okay. Yeah, that's when it was. Okay, here it is. The hacker was found out through a warrantless use of a secretive surveillance technology known as the Stingray. which snoops on cell phones. So, without a warrant, the police department, they were allowed to reroute all cellular devices within a specific area through this Stingray system. And you want to know why they were allowed to do it? The Patriot Act. There you go. But check it out. It was a good watch. Okay, give me a second. Read this. I don't think I have links enabled. I do not. Why are you telling me to read something? I swear to God, if it's not interesting, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't think. Oh man, I just burped. Ooh. Let me get this playing again.
Fish. So they put all around the ocean. I think there's like there might be tens of thousands of these out there, and it's a way of attracting fish. And then they get big nets, and they
I know why. Okay.
Nets are
Okay. I know why the links aren't showing up. I changed the settings a while ago. In order to share links, you have to be a subscriber. Like, they're not even showing up in my mod chat. So, yeah, I set that rule for a reason.
surrounding the device, and they scoop everything up. Well, a geofence kind of does that, right? Which is the problem is you're scooping up a lot of information about people.
It's on ICE violence. I mean, they have a history of it. Like, yeah, ICE has to go completely. Like, there's no question. It's got to go completely. It is a rotten system. Like, some of these candidates that say they want to reform ICE, that would be like if you have a rotten apple and you're trying to make an apple pie with a rotten apple. Like, it's not going to work. It's rotten. Like, give it up, get rid of it. It's a thing someone did showing the false cases over time. Of course. I mean, it's not just ICE, it's law enforcement in general. Like, this, I think the underlying disease within law enforcement in general, and I'm talking local, state, federal, is qualified immunity. I think that is the underlying cancer that is behind all of the current violations of law enforcement. Like, that has to go. Like, there's no question about it. Because even local law enforcement, like, they can lie to you. They can try to trick you to get a confession out of you. You know what I mean? Like, they can hold you up to 24 hours. They can, like, keep questioning you. Like, they will ask you the same question over and over again for like 15 hours. Like, they're allowed to do this. They're allowed to, like, they're allowed to play word games to make you believe you saw something that you may or may not have seen. You know what I mean? Or may or may not have done. You know? Like, it's abhorrent. Like, our law enforcement is up and down the board, acts like a rogue agency. Like, they are beholden to no one. Like, they are not even beholden to the people. You know what I mean? Because the people can't sue them. You know? Like, the best case scenario, because of qualified immunity, best case scenario, they sue the police department, but any award that they get from that lawsuit comes from the taxpayer, not the officer that actually committed the violation. You know what I mean? Like, it is a serious problem. And I'm not saying we have to get rid of law enforcement. I'm saying that there are too many mechanisms in place that allow law enforcement to get away with treating the public like shit and violating their constitutional rights. You know?
People who may have just nothing, who just happen to be within whatever it is, a half-mile radius during the 1 hour that the bank robbery occurred. So you're getting a lot of irrelevant information. So it's not very particularized, which is a word from the Fourth Amendment, which is like you want to make sure that this is a targeted search and there's probable cause. But so this is pretty generalized. And the issue was because the information was in the hands not of like you and me, not the actual user of the phone, but it was in the hands of, let's say, Apple, or Google, the person who is sort of collecting the device. The normal rule was, well, they're getting it from a third party. It's not yours, so you can't complain. They can just issue a subpoena to Google or Apple and get the information that way, and you can't complain. And the main part of this decision was to say, no, you still can complain. Just because Apple or Google or any of these providers is holding the information, you still have enough of a privacy interest and a reasonable expectation of privacy. That's the buzzword, reasonable expectation of privacy, from a wonderful decision where they're called CATS, where Justice Harlan wrote this famous concurrence coming up with this test called the reasonable expectation of privacy. And here the court says, even though it's in the hands of this provider like Apple or Google, you still can complain. By the way, it's a little bit like, going back to our conversation about standing and Katie Fong. This is really a little bit similar. It's like the court saying you still have standing to complain about this.
Okay.
Even though you do not own, you don't have the data isn't coming from you directly, but it's like with a bailee, it's with somebody who's holding it, but you have enough of an interest that you can complain, even if they're getting the information from this third party. So, big important decision in a Fourth Amendment context. It is one where just people are so I think rightly critical of the Supreme Court. This is a privacy protective decision. So if you're thinking about the court and sort of what it's doing, this is one where it's, I think, falling on the right side of trying to protect privacy rights and saying the government needs to do more than simply issue a subpoena. They have to have more factual predication. And
I have shifted my position a little bit, or maybe I've come across a new position. I don't know. Maybe I've always felt this way and it didn't click until recently. I don't know. I think that the 4 justices that ruled that the birthright citizenship, that ruled against birthright citizenship, despite its clearly worded, despite how clearly worded and easily understandable it is, and how it has been upheld for over a goddamn century, and the fact that we know what the intent was, and they 4 of the justices still ruled against it. I think that all 4 of those justices needs to be removed from the court. Like, they seriously need to be prosecuted, in my opinion, for violating the constitutional rights of the entire, or trying to violate an attempted violation of the constitutional rights of the entire goddamn country. Birthright citizenship is very, very foundational to our legal system. Yeah, and 4 justices tried to say that it wasn't. So they need to go. Like, they have to go. There's no question in my mind anymore. But anyway, that's kind of a new. It's not the birthright citizenship isn't foundational because it didn't come about until, you know, the Civil War era, you know, or after, you know, Reconstruction, right? But there was a clear purpose, you know, clearly worded, clearly intentioned, and four of the justices are like, nah, not really. No, they need to go. Not even enforce the same over 80 years. Not even enforce the same. No, like, what are you talking about? The only exception to that rule is like invading armies and diplomats. Like, those are the only ones that don't count. They went through like 3 phases of enforcement. Okay, well, you're talking about levels of enforcement. I'm not talking about levels of enforcement. Like, I'm talking about what it clearly says, what it clearly means, and that 4 of our current justices were like, no, it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Like, I've been thinking on this, and I'm like, yeah, right wingers going to do right wing things, you know, racist going to be racist, right? No, now I'm like, no, they have to go. Like, they have to be prosecuted. That's my opinion. Like, I think they should be disbarred. I think they should be removed. I don't care. Uh, I don't care who puts in new justices. I mean, I do care because I'd prefer it not to be Trump, obviously, or this current fascist right wing government that we have. I would prefer it not be them because it probably would be someone worse. But no, like they lost all credibility. Those 4, like, think about that. We were 1 vote away from the Supreme Court saying the Constitution does not say what it actually says. Like, we were 1 vote away from the Supreme Court telling the country that we are more powerful than the Constitution. 1 vote away. First it was all foreigners, then it was Indians not taxed, then briefly went to citizens and resident aliens. If you want people to be protected for their opinion, is that the same thing you're hating on Trump for? No, so there's a difference here. There is a clear difference between having an opinion and inciting violence. Now, there's a term called stochastic terrorism. It's actually protected by the First Amendment. You'll find this in the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, Supreme Court case, where there are 3 requirements that have to be met in order for someone to be found guilty for inciting violence. There's 3 factors. One is they have to intend. You have to prove that they intended the violence to happen. The second is they had to have the means to make the violence happen. And the third is they had to have the possibility of it happening. I'm pretty sure, like, there's specific wording. You know what? Actually, I want to look it up because I want to be 100% accurate about this. I learned about this 2 years ago, and oh, damn it. I want to be completely accurate. There is a Brandenburg test. Okay, so there is the intent, like I said, the imminence, meaning like it is about to happen, and the likelihood of it happening. Okay, I knew that's what I meant, but I don't think I worded it in the same way, so it could have been misunderstood. Anyway, so stochastic terrorism does not meet the imminence, and also it's easy to lie about intent. All right. Even if a person knows that what they're saying has a likelihood of causing someone to commit a violent act, the way you word things can easily fog up the intent. You'd be like, no, I didn't intend that, right? Or you can say like, well, it wasn't, there's no chance of that even happening. So this is the difference between an opinion and what Trump did and is doing. So you have to remember that after the 2020 election on January 6th, he's like, oh, gonna be whatever, it's gonna be wild, right? The famous tweet, whatever in DC, going to be wild, right? So he makes a bunch of statements to incite the crowd. He riles them up, and because they are his base, we can look at this and we can logically say, like, this base has been up his ass for the last 4 years, following him like a cult, which they are. So, as dumb as he sounds, as dumb as he is, he's very good at reading the room, so to speak. He's very good at like understanding the vibes. So he knew what to say. He knew how to say it to get the crowd riled up. And that's what he did. For example, like let's say, for example, you're in a room with a bunch of friends, and you know that your friends will do anything for you. Like you've built up enough trust, and they follow you like as this leader of the group. Like you're the head of the group, the main friend, the one that connects everyone else. And you say, "Man, it would be pretty awesome to rob a bank, right?" And you're like, "Man, if we just did X, Y, and Z, we could probably get away with robbing a bank, right?" And then you're like, "Oh man, yeah, like this bank has taken all your money. Like it's taken all this money from people for years. Like they didn't earn it. They didn't earn this money. It's yours." And because of your level of understanding with your friends, you know that there's a high likelihood that they're going to act on it. However, even though you know all this, and everybody knows that you know all this, it does not, you can't prove intent because you're just be like, oh, it's just a hypothetical, right? That is stochastic terrorism, and that is what Trump is good at. That is the difference between just having an opinion and what Trump does. That's a huge difference. If you want people to be protected for their opinion, okay, we're all speech is free speech. Say something like this would cause backlash to them using it against the left and actually used correctly. All speech is not free speech. There's restrictions. And the slaps test exemption states politics as an exemption for obscenities. I don't know. Is it? Hold on. I don't think it's slaps or something. Maybe you might be right. It has to have. Oh my gosh! It has to have like. Yeah, I think you might be right. Scientific, literary, artistic. It's an acronym. Scientific, literary, artistic. Oh, what are the other two? What are the other two? I don't remember. But yeah. So yeah, that's why. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, I do remember learning about that in freedom of speech class. Like I learned about that at the same in the same course when I learned about the Brandenburg case. Question: can you see how persecuting the right for their political opinions could lead to a wave of anti-left cases? Actually, so I have two things to point out about your question. Can you see how persecuting right for their political opinions? False. Like nobody on the left wants to persecute the right for political opinions. That perception is false. Right? The reason you might think that the left wants to is because the left is constantly speaking out about the dangers of right-wing ideology. Right? When you have multiple social media outlets that offer zero regulation in terms of fascist, right-wing, violent ideology. Any logical person knows that when someone gets caught in these going down these rabbit holes, that they are exceptionally more likely to become violent. That's what the people on the left say, including myself. Like, we recognize the danger of right-wing ideology, right-wing opinions, and we recognize that it's more likely to lead to political violence if it's allowed to if there's nothing to combat it. Like, I'm not talking legal. I'm just talking like, you have Twitter, who's a right-wing cesspool. If you don't also have like another uh another outlet to match it in terms of its intensity, like from a left-wing perspective, like, hey, how about we not be violent? You know what I mean? Like, here's the facts, right? If you don't have those in at least equal proportions, then you're going to get more political violence. That's going to happen. Okay? So that's the first thing that you're wrong about the premise of the question is wrong. And then it could lead to a wave of anti-left cases in the same manner. That is the second premise that is incorrect about your question. Because there has been no widespread speech suppression done by the left. There just hasn't been. And we still see today's government, they are still trying to prosecute the left. They're doing it anyway. They are doing it anyway. So that's the second part of that question where the premise is incorrect. Politics is an exemption for obscenities, blah, blah, blah. So it won't happen. I'm all for free, blah, pro, nudity, blah, blah. You know, meaning I'm against this form, but I'm more against Trump and all his censorship. Do you know he removed 178 LGBT papers from the internet? Yeah, they're doing the same thing to the images and videos of what's happening in Gaza. They're trying to scrub the internet for what's happening in to the Palestinians. They're doing that to them also. But yes, I am aware. So with all this pro free speech stuff, like, yes, you don't want to stifle political speech. You don't want to stifle criticisms against your government. You don't want to stifle like legitimate journalism, like investigative journalism. You don't want to prevent citizens from speaking out against ways that they have been wronged by their government. You do not want to stifle that. This is absolutely true. And I don't want to restrict people's opinions, but at the same time, you have to understand that when right-wing ideologies are allowed to fester, and even as we see now, actually promoted by the wealthy elite like Elon Musk, who's actually promoting right-wing bullshit, that is a danger. Like, you cannot deny the fact that allowing these ideologies to fester and actually promoting their growth is what leads to more violence. This is a fact, and it has to be addressed. And there are ways to address it. One, education, right? That's probably the most important one. Especially like educating younger people about like propaganda tactics. Like that's probably the most important way of combating it without limiting free speech in any way. Small all pro free speech expression both left and right, because 2018 case one happened. They had a case where a guy refused to do cake already. Oh yeah, so about this cake, it was a 303. I think it was 303 Creative. Let me see. 303 Creative. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Do I know my cases or what? Oh my gosh, I am a freaking stud today. Okay. So something you have to remember, in order for a case to be brought forth, the one making the claim has to have standing. Okay? This case was bullshit. There was no legitimate reason for this to have standing. All right? And here's why. This cake shop, it wasn't even about making a cake, it was about a website. And they hadn't even been asked to create the website. They filed the lawsuit because they were afraid that they would have to make the website. Okay? And this cake shop hadn't even been open at the time. It wasn't even open in operation at the time that they filed the lawsuit. So these probably the Heritage Foundation. Actually, I guarantee you there's a link. Received a request via 303 Creative website. Okay, hold on. They're inquiring about services, potentially wildfire mic. Okay, let's find out about this Lori Smith. I would bet money that whoever this Stewart was in on it. I'm willing to bet that. First of all, it's not complicated at all. Like, it's actually not complicated at all. Lori Smith. Let's do some digging here on Lori Smith. Oh, poor Lori Smith. Oh, so sad. No, it's actually not complicated at all. There was something fishy. I remember reading about this. There was something fishy. Whatever. When did it start? Oh my god. Let me play this while I look this up.
Basically, they sent it back down to the lower courts to do more fact finding and decide a whole bunch of other issues. But their main issue was very, very privacy protective.
So you liked this decision?
I liked the result. I think that this would be too much in the weeds. There's zero test. Like, this is the issue with the Fourth Amendment. If you told me what's the rule, like
they said if I want to be angry, I should be angry at the cases,
like, Sarah,
not at people. I was talking
Professor Weissman
to that my anger was misplaced
because I need to know on the exam when you give me another hypothetical.
I can see the value in that. I don't necessarily agree completely. I see the value in that. Because the reason that the part that I don't agree with is these cases are brought and decided by people with specific agendas. So, like, you have to recognize that there is a maliciousness behind a lot of these, especially with this the current Supreme Court. So you have to recognize it. But I understand the value of not focusing your anger on an individual like that. I think that's a good. That is a very good starting point.
Hypothetical, like, it's situation. Like, I need to know what is the test I'm applying, and I think I would say to you, well, they haven't articulated one.
Like this court right now. Interesting.
Exactly. Right. So it's very, very hard. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but that is Justice Alito in dissent. That is his critique. He's like going, what are you doing? Like, where's the test? Like, this is going to lead to chaos. I'm not sure I agree with that, but he's like, there's no, you haven't, you're not articulating any test. It's sort of all, you're just sort of all
Oh,
over the
okay.
map.
Look. Okay. This is, I found it. Okay. Someone named Stewart inquired about services, not requested, inquired, potentially including a website for a wedding between themselves and Mike. Inquired. Before implementing the notice, Smith discovered that such a notice would violate the Colorado state anti-discrimination laws that were amended in 2008. So before, somebody just inquired about it and never followed through. Like, okay, someone inquired about it, and before Stewart here, whoever Stewart may be, before he went from inquiry to request, she had an opportunity to file a lawsuit preventing her from having to make it. Now, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I have a fairly good idea of how slow the process is. So, this is what's shady. Either the Stewart individual was a legitimate customer simply inquiring and decided to go with another vendor, or this Stewart individual was a bad faith actor that called to make the inquiry to give her a legitimate reason to file the case, right? Meaning, I would bet money if I were a gambler that he was a bad faith actor. They told him, hey, you call and make this request. That way she can say she's afraid of making it. She's afraid she might have to make it because it goes against her Christian values. That's what I'm leaning. And the reason I'm leaning towards that is because there's another
Doing
case
is saying, well, we're not doing it here. It's
that
a
I
little
want to
like
look up.
the old thing about pornography, which is I know it when I see
When
it.
I see
That's not
it,
a
right.
test. And so that's the challenge. Is now it's very hard to come up with a good test, but this court doesn't give a lot of guidance.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess but we're going to close with one of the cases we did talk about, but that I want to get your thoughts on, which is the Slaughter case. Because the court ruled the president can remove independent commissioners without cause. And I know you found Robert's opinion interesting because it conflicts with his tariff opinion from earlier in the
found it.
term.
Janus. The Janus v. American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Janus v. AFSCME. Now, why did I think of that when I was thinking about how shady the 303 creative case was? Well, here's where we're going to go. Here's what we're going to do. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Doodly-doo. Oh, look, another case in 2018. Wow. The same year as the 303 creative case. Freaking weird. Anyway. I am looking for the name of the person who filed the suit because they had no stand. Okay, so the reason it made it to the Supreme Court is that at some point at some point on its way up there, they determined he had no standing. All right. Oh, his name's Mark Janus. Mark J. Anus. All right, let's see. Let's check this guy out. I remember investigating this guy when I was taking the my freedom of speech class. I was like, this sounds freaking shady. All right. Let's check this dude out. Well, here's Mr. Janus, who claimed his his constitutional rights were violated by having to pay union dues, which gave the Supreme Court a justification for, severely weakening unions, which as we know, unions are a significant source of pro worker movements. And if there has been any Supreme Court in this history that hates workers and loves billionaires, it's the current one. All right. Anyway, let's senior fellow at Liberty Justice Center. You know what? What is this Liberty Justice Center? Let's see. Oh, actually, let's see. What is this? Ooh, nonpartisan, you say? Interesting. I want to see his where's his work history? Okay. No. This wasn't his position that I worried about. No, there was something else. There was something else. All right, I want to see. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is, Mr. Mark J. Anus. That's weird. I swear I've seen this term before. Hold on, let's find out. We're gonna go on this journey together. I haven't been on this journey in a couple years. 2007. Illinois politicians are granted blah 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 blah. Powerful government union, the power to exclusively represent more than 90% of state workers in Illinois. Yeah, that's a pretty big union. This type of injustice went on for decades across all the country and affected millions of public workers. That is, until Mark stood up to stop it. Because, okay, so can you see the rhetoric here? Oh, look at this. A person listed on this page has spoken or otherwise participated in Federalist Society events. Oh, so what you're saying is Mr. Mark J. Anus has participated in Federalist Society events. And he was the one that brought the anti-union case that resulted in this Supreme Court decision. That's weird. Where have we seen this Federalist Society before? Oh, let's find out. Oh, look at this. The Federalist Society, a prominent nationwide organization of conservative and libertarian lawyers, judges, and law students. Wow. What do you know? What do you know? A member of a conservative nonprofit organization. Oh, wait. What's this? Of the 9 current members of the Supreme Court, at least 5 are current or former members of the organization. What? You mean Mr. Mark J. Anus, who filed a court case to kneecap unions, happened to be a participant in the same right-wing organization that produced 5 of our current Supreme Court justices? Whoa! I'm sure that that's purely a coincidence. 100%. 100%. Anyway, back to the show. Thank you for allowing me to take you on this journey.
In your estimation, and it's like, I think obviously the partisanship of this court gets a lot of play, but as a legal matter is actually one of the bigger problems with this court is that it doesn't.
I bet nobody in here knew that about the person who brought that Janice case. I bet you nobody took the time to trace that route. But hey, I'm the crazy one, right? I'm the crazy one for thinking that that the right wing part of our government is actively trying to undermine voters, workers' rights, voting rights. Hey, I'm just a crazy nut job conspiracy theorist. So there you go. Congratulations. You've all learned something today.
It's sort of like, what is going even on here? Like, what are we talking about? This and how will people teach this? This to me seems one of the ways in which things are really getting away from us as a country. Is one of the things you could teach the law around the Supreme Court because it was coherent, and it feels like things are increasingly spinning into a place where they are much less coherent, much less rooted in something that you can follow and teach and understand. And maybe I'm overstating it, but
yeah, I mean, look, it's slightly overstated in the sense that there's always been a spectrum. As Justice O'Connor, the first female justice on the Supreme Court,
Sandra Day,
she used to say, what is it like being on the Supreme Court? 5. It's about getting to 5. Meaning, look, there will always be some element of compromise. There'll be some element that it's not one person articulating a theory. It's 9 people, and so it's understandable that at times it will not have a complete course because of that, and you are engaging in compromise just as a matter of having 9 people, which I think having a group is a good thing. There's so much to say about the Slaughter case. The reason, 2 quick things. One is the reason I think that Roberts is inconsistent is that in the tariff case, you heard this, this homage to Congress and Congress's power, and then you read this case, and it's like all about the president and his power, and it's like and just remember what Congress was doing here. It was not saying that the president has no ability to replace people in an agency, an executive agency. All it was saying is, if we fund an agency and create it, like we create it as a congressional entity, we fund it, and we have as a condition that you can remove people, but you have to have a reason.
Yeah, cause. You have to have cause.
Right?
Facts.
In other words, that they're saying violates the president's unitary executive. And it is fascinating.
They're cry bullies.
Because you have the executive.
They're fucking cry bullies. Don't get their way.
Using funding. We started
then the system's rigged.
Which is this is where the executive branch is telling various states, you know what? If you want our terrorism funding, if you want all sorts of things, you have to do certain things. Like you have to turn over election data. I mean, they're using their funding as a bludgeon to get people to do things. And here, all you have is Congress saying, hey, before we create and fund an agency, we do not want to, we think it's important to have some competency and some longevity to the people there. And we don't want people being removed every 4 years for no reason.
Yeah, but if you have competency,
it's not how we want to spend our money.
Then
all we're doing is saying
you won't have an agency that agrees with your stupidity.
That condition
can't have that.
Money is something Congress can't do when you have the president trying to condition everything. I mean, just think about what he's doing with law firms, with media outlets, with universities. I mean, he knows that money is a huge cudgel. I mean, let's go back to Ukraine when he had the absolutely perfect phone call with Zelensky, where he said, essentially, it's like, you want money to fight a war? Well, you have to announce that you're doing an investigation. Like, he knows money is a cudgel. And so it's remarkable to me that here, where Congress has the power of the purse and can condition things, that they can't even condition this little thing. And Roberts never ties that to history. Like, he has this whole thing about, I'm just following what the founders said. At no point in his recitation is there any founder who he is citing saying that Congress doesn't have the power, before they create an agency and fund an agency, to have this minor condition there. There's no precedent for it at all, but there is tons of historical precedent for the opposite.
Right.
Okay, that's like my soapbox.
That's good. That was a good soapbox. Was there anything, we got to get out of here. Time is running short, but I didn't know if there was any overall thoughts you had about the Supreme Court decisions.
No, my big step back is that, when we are out of this, that I know President Biden had this commission about the Supreme Court. It's time to actually do something. It is, whether we have talked about the problems of just expanding and how that doesn't really solve a problem if everyone keeps on expanding it. But term limits is one where there are things to do.
Can you do term limits, Andrew?
Yes. So you can, and there are ways to do it where you don't need a constitutional amendment. And it's not taking the person and saying you're fired. Like, they can still be a judge.
Right. This is like the senior judgeship that people do now. Yeah.
Exactly. The other, which Norm Ornstein just wrote a piece about, is that Congress has the ability to limit Supreme Court power. I mean, Norm's piece is fascinating because he really says, it's such a great piece, especially for non-lawyers, because he just says, look at the Constitution. Of the three branches of government, the first and the most powerful in the Constitution is supposed to be Congress. Everything else is subordinate. And that is not the way it's working, but including the courts jurisdiction, except for a narrow set of things, the Supreme Court's jurisdiction comes from Congress, that they say you can hear these certain types of cases. All of that is something that can be changed by any Congress. And the same thing he talks about the president and how subservient its role is supposed to be to Congress. I mean, that does not sound like anything that we have experienced in the last 100 years.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew, delightful and informative as always. And I also want to remind everybody, go get your book, Liar's Kingdom, if they haven't already. It's a great read, especially as we're celebrating the country's 250th birthday and planning for how we're going to do the next 250. All right, guys, we'll catch you next week.
Take care.
Well, this
Very
leads us
good.
nicely to our Iran segment here. Dr. Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute. Welcome back to Breaking Points.
Great to be with you guys.
Where do we begin, Ryan? What do we want to start with here?
Well, Trita, we have the two major pieces of news: the bombing of the tracks and the other civilian infrastructure. And then, did you see Trump talking about arming protesters? Jeremy seemed to think he was implying he was arming the MEK. I thought he was referring again to the Kurds. Did you see this?
I didn't see that part, but I would not be surprised that they're taking a second look, if not at the Kurds, perhaps at some other groups, the Baluchis or others. Because as you know, next week Netanyahu is coming. The Israelis have been very much pushing this narrative that all of this could have worked out so well if just the Kurds had been armed, had it not been for that decision that had been pulled mainly because Erdogan objected, but also because the Kurds objected, which is kind of lost in the story. But had that not happened, then everything would have been awesome, and this war would have been won in 4 days, which is complete nonsense. I think this is an Israeli effort to kind of give war another chance, essentially, to create a narrative that allows that.
Griffin, let me play this. Trump clip for Trita. All right, ready? Here we go.
Immediately. And that's an edict. That's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. We sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that.
Very poetic for it to
Who
be
knew
the
that
Wild Wild
sending
West,
weapons to an armed
underneath
militia
the-
that did not align with
Ridiculous.
your
What a
foreign
ridiculous
policy
timeline we
would
live
keep
in.
the weapons you gave us?
So
Who knew?
there are some
What a
who saw
freaking
that clip
surprise.
and assumed that he was talking about
Theme of the show.
the
What a surprise.
attempt to arm the Kurds, which there's been plenty of public reporting on. Others have seen it and said, no, looks like he's talking very specifically. He's talking about January, like we were arming the protesters, which would be somebody like the MEK, some anti-government group, and then they saying that they kept the guns. Trita, after seeing that, your reaction to it, but also like what do we draw from this the fact that he's still kind of blustering about this their inability to kind of spark an uprising that is successful there?
I do think he's talking about the Kurdish groups because there was an effort back then to give weapons to Kurdish groups that would then be part of the war effort, as well as Kurdish groups that actually were part of the violent elements of the protests back in December and January. There's a group called the PAK, which actually was trained by the United States back in 2014 to take on ISIS. Now, it was supposed to be an Iraqi Kurdish group, but it was an Iranian Kurdish group. I don't know if the U.S. didn't know that it was an Iranian Kurdish group, but nevertheless, they trained it, and it's been a very violent group, and it was using violence throughout the protest, even before the protest. So I suspect that there's some Kurdish groups that he's talking about, and he's mentioned in other interviews that he's very upset with the Kurds. Now, they didn't do it because at the end of the day, the Turks intervened, but also some of the Kurdish leaders of the Kurdish government in northern Iraq were dead set against it because they knew that it would be a disaster. And they knew that they would end up paying the price for it because of Iranian retaliation. The Israelis have very much pushed this narrative that everything would have been just amazing had this operation with the Kurds gone through. And I don't believe that for a second. I think it would have been a disaster in many different ways, but it's an Israeli effort to essentially give war another chance, to claim this narrative that everything would have worked out well had this just one thing been done correctly. And that way go back and be able to say we still can do war because we actually didn't really fully try regime change.
And we were talking about what that might mean just in terms of going back to the beginning of the war. Netanyahu seemed to convince Trump that that was actually a great plan, and obviously didn't work out the way that Netanyahu told the president that it would. This time around, Trita, what could we see happen if that attempt at least is successful?
You know, it's interesting. On the Iranian side, there's a lot of folks that are very worried that the whole MOU is just used to be able to, for the United States to be able to prepare itself for another round of war. And given how the U.S. under Trump has behaved, it's not necessarily surprising that they would think so. But when you take a look at the fundamentals of the situation, you're still seeing a scenario in which only a third or so of the traffic of the Strait is actually up and running. We're not seeing the strategic reserve of oil actually being filled up in the manner that I think the administration was hoping for. The second and third level consequences of the previous oil shock is still being felt. Some of it has not even started yet. So to, under these circumstances, restart the war without having, at a minimum, a completely different approach and strategy, to me, does not seem to be something that possibly could work. if there's going to be another war, they're going to have to think it through very differently. And the circumstances are not such that there's been enough recuperation. And I don't have the data on what the levels of interceptors, etc., are, but it certainly doesn't look as if that in any way, shape, or form has managed to be restocked in order to have another war. What I think may be happening, or ends up happening, is that if the war is kept at this level, in which it is below the threshold for the Iranians to close the Strait of Hormuz, then the US may find a degree of benefit in the war because it is degrading the Iranians without paying the price that the US and the world economy was paying when the war actually was fully in shape, because that's when the strait was closed, the economies around the world were suffering tremendously. The Iranians are aware of this as well, but they're also looking at a different scenario, which is that even if the strait is not closed, this warfare is reducing the traffic already. And the reduction of that traffic, combined with the very low inventory of oil, including in the strategic reserve of the United States, which is, by the way, is not supposed to be used in the manner that it is used, is enough for the U.S. to simply not have enough time to be able to conduct any of these military campaigns in a way that would strengthen its negotiating position, if this is, at the end of the day, some sort of a negotiating strategy. If I can take...
Oh, snap. I didn't see that. I got another... Dankly followed me 2 hours ago. It's freaking awesome.
Just a step back and say, this whole thing is just so idiotic. Because there was... I mean, look, this whole thing was about the fact that the MOU Article 5 has different interpretations. I personally don't find the Iranian reading of MOU Article 5 to be convincing. But their view is that it essentially gives them control over the strait during this period until it is completely reopened and a final agreement has been signed. The GCC and the American interpretation is different in the sense that they say, yes, the Iranians are responsible for making sure that this is safe passage, but it doesn't mean that they're the only ones that are in charge. And as a result, the U.S. is using the southern corridor in the strait, which is in the Omani waters, to pass ship-throughs. Now, the Iranians are saying, that's fine. They can go through there as long as they notify the Iranians. The Iranians want to make sure that all ships that are transiting the strait are notifying them because, according to the article, they are, even though it doesn't use the word responsible,
there's the key
responsible
phrase.
for...
Yeah,
exactly.
Iran will make a...
So as long as those ships actually do indicate to the Iranians that they're transiting, the Iranians are saying they're not having a problem. The U.S. position and the GCC were like, well, hold on, that kind of gives you complete control. It's better to have a scenario in which if there is any type of notification, the notification should go both ways. So there should be some entity on the GCC side that also gets the notifications and someone on the Iranian side. And the two sides were converging towards this agreement. But then diplomacy was paused because of the funeral of the supreme leader. And during the funeral, a Saudi and a Qatari and I think one other ship was trying to transit through the southern part, having its transponders off, which is not permitted apparently. And this caused this big conflict now because the Iranians saw that as a confrontation, as a provocation, something that was being used while the Iranian attention was on the funeral. And they eventually shot at these ships, and this is what apparently caused Trump to really get infuriated, and now this whole thing started.
Oh, poor
and
baby.
It really doesn't matter because at the end of the day, this is just for about another 10 days. Out of the 30 days in which this was supposed to be more or less resolved, it's not entirely the MOU, it was just like 10 days left. And now we're seeing the entire MOU and everything coming crashing down, frankly, because both sides are overreacting. I think the Iranians were overreacting in terms of using force against these ships, even though they didn't sink any of them. And I think the U.S. is completely overreacting by restarting the war over this issue.
Something else crossed our desks that I would love you to react to. This is from CNN, which says that Israel shared intelligence with the U.S. that Iran had devised a new plan to assassinate President Donald Trump. Two sources familiar with the matter told CNN.
Oh, he looks so terrible.
And how are we supposed to consume this news? You know, it's been used in the past, assassination.
They know how to play him.
Trump. as one of the reasons that we have to go to war with Iran. What do you know about this alleged new assassination attempt?
Obviously, I have no idea what they're talking about, but let me put it this way. Someone should do a graph of looking at the moments in which the Israelis are releasing this type of intelligence and how it coincides with massive Israeli campaigns to get the war restarted. I think the Israelis are very astute at playing Trump's psychology. They see that he is right now in a very bad space in general. He seems to have been very upset having to spend the last week with a bunch of EU leaders in NATO that he hates. And on top of that, the Iranians are shooting at ships. And Ukraine, Russia is not going well. So he just seems to be in a terrible position.
Entry to the funeral, probably the funeral clips, they were all, my assumption is that those were all over Fox News, where they were saying, assassinate Trump, death to America, that sort of thing. So they probably realized there's a ripe environment.
Certainly, yeah. But also, I think the size of those crowds may have made Trump a little bit jealous. It may not have played very well with him either. But you're right. There were slogans, etc., during the funerals calling for revenge against Trump, undoubtedly. What was important to notice is that it was never any senior or even mid-level official of the government that was issuing any of those different threats. And that difference is, of course, important. But personally, we've seen it before that they have tried to say that there's these assassination attempts, and perhaps there are. When Trump wanted to go towards diplomacy, he completely ignored it. When he wanted to go towards a military confrontation, then he apparently was impacted by it. Are there any attempts? I have no idea, but I think if there were, I would suspect that the U.S. intelligence would know more about it than the Israelis do.
You got something, Ryan?
Well, yeah, I wanted to ask you about these strikes themselves. It appears like the U.S. is attacking a lot of civilians' infrastructure in Iran, particularly bridges and
in
train
violation
tracks
of international law, by the way, established by
what do we know about
the United States and Western powers after World War II?
Done to Bahrain, Kuwait, and facilities there. And then there were also these reports that somebody was attacking Iran back from Bahrain and Kuwait, and it may actually have been Bahrain and Kuwait themselves. What do we know about the specifics of the fighting?
Sure. So first of all, let's remind ourselves, attacking those railways, bridges, etc. These are war crimes.
Right.
Not that that's something new, but unfortunately, it's continuing.
Yeah, I don't think
specific
the U.S. and the
railways
Israeli
were repatched and
government really care
fixed
about
within
that.
24 hours. So the damage was not long lasting. That's different if the Trump administration targets bridges, etc. That's going to be much more difficult to rebuild. But the reason why those were very important was because they had really gained significance during the period in which the U.S. was blockading the Persian Gulf. It turned out that the Iranians started to shift a significant amount of trade and export of oil through the railway system that had been built, that was not, fully operational or had not been used to its full capacity, started to be used to its full capacity. So I think the Iranians probably are viewing this as a signal from the Trump administration that if war goes back on, not only will the U.S. close the Persian Gulf again with its blockade of the blockade, but it will take out Iran's alternative paths to export oil or to import different things. So I think it was more of a warning, particularly mindful of the fact that the Iranians could rebuild it in 24 hours. Clearly, it was not, aimed at doing long-lasting damage. When it comes to the idea that the Bahrainis and the Kuwaitis are striking at the Iranians, this information came from Israeli media. Doesn't mean that it's false, but I personally doubt very much that the Kuwaitis and the Bahrainis would do that on their own, because that would really invite a completely different type of an attack. What the Iranians have done so far is they're going after the U.S. bases, and their argument is that if there weren't U.S. soldiers there and there weren't any U.S. bases there, they wouldn't be attacking them. If Bahrain and Kuwait themselves are attacking, it's a completely different story. Then the set of legitimate targets from the Iranian perspective will, of course, grow significantly, including military targets that are.
It's pretty weird how the terrorist regime of Iran is the party in this altercation that is showing the most restraint and the most respect for international law. It's so odd. It's almost like the U.S. foreign policy and Israeli policy are based on blatantly belligerent actions. It's weird.
Owned by the Kuwaitis and the Bahrainis. So I'm skeptical at this point. We'll have to wait to see. But this is part of the imbalance that exists. Whenever something happens in Iran, we get images out of it because Iranians are not censoring people using their cell phones to film the damage. Whereas that is taking place throughout the entire GCC states at this point, certainly in Dubai and of course in Israel, in which we hardly have any images coming out of what is happening there, particularly during the exchange of fire between Iran and Israel just a couple of weeks ago. And I really, I think folks should go back and just do searches on videos from October and April 24 to June 2025, the amount of images that came out of Israel of ordinary people just filming it, to the essentially zero videos coming out right now. That is because of military censorship. That is not because damages are not done. That's not because the missiles are not hitting. It's because there's a near total censorship that does not allow us to see what actually is happening.
Well, you mentioned
indeed.
earlier the crowds for the funeral blanketing Fox News. Now, Fox News has also recently, Brian Kilmeade was on a Fox News segment saying he's not really sure if Witkoff and Kushner are the men for the job. Let's take a listen for your reaction.
Also don't think that Witkoff and Kushner should be the ones doing this. They're business guys. They have not been effective in Ukraine, not been effective in Gaza. They have not been effective in this. They can't have three portfolios to begin with.
Wow, who would have
We have a
guessed?
State Department for a
Who
reason.
would have
Marco
freaking
Rubio,
guessed?
even Democrats admit, has been looked at as a genius internationally. He is the guy that most people would want, even if you gave truth serum to Democrats. He should take the lead on this because you can't do this like a business deal. You have to understand
my
the
God.
history of the region and how
You just got done
distrustful
saying that the
Iranians have
business
been.
guys were
They
not.
will only make a decision if they have no other choice.
So stupid.
I
Your
like that
reaction to
all
that?
of those. Well, I like that of all of Brian Kilmeade's reasons. The fact that they're massively corrupt and
Mimi,
financially
welcome
tethered
home.
to the people they're negotiating with didn't come up. But yes, your reaction, Trita.
They're business guys.
I think this is actually a very important clip because the fact that he is very explicitly saying that this file should go to Rubio and the State Department tells you something about what's going on here. Because you do have a split in the administration in which you have a camp that is favoring the negotiations and the one that is much more skeptical of it. And he's essentially saying, take the negotiations out of the hands of those people who believe in negotiations and put it in the hands of those who never have believed in negotiations with any of these people, with any of these different countries. And that tells you something about, what they're really looking for. But it also makes me wonder. I mean, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that it was Hexet and Rubio that went in and informed Trump of the fact that the Iranians were starting to shoot at some of these ships again for going through the southern corridor without coordinating with them. And that prompted this whole beginning of him deciding to take military action, etc. It does not appear, at least from the Wall Street Journal reporting, that the actual negotiators, the ones that are in charge of the file, were particularly participant in at least in the initial discussions in which this was done. And I think it adds to the picture in which we have seen in the past week or so, Rubio, after the MOU was negotiated, suddenly emerging into the scene here, both in Lebanon and in the GCC, despite the fact that prior to that, he spent most of his time focusing on Venezuela and Cuba. But now suddenly he showed up. He mediated a deal between Israel and Lebanon that completely contradicts the MOU, and it appears to me, at least, to be an effort to sabotage the MOU. He went to the GCC states and got them to sign this public statement that completely closes the path towards one option of resolving the issue over the Strait of Hormuz. So both of those, to me, seemed as an effort of undermining the negotiations. And now you have Fox News saying, actually, put the negotiations entirely into the hands of the person who was opposed to these talks from the outset.
Genius.
Trita, we appreciate your time. I know you had to get out of here pretty sharply, but
Frickin'
always
genius.
helpful to have you on.
Thanks so much
Thank
for
you.
having me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Have a great weekend.
Check out True to Substack as well.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps.
Is there daylight between you and a Bernie Sanders or a Democratic social like Zoran Mamdani, who have become quite well known for wanting to tax the rich?
I think where we have solidarity between us three is the fact that the rich have to pay their fair share.
You backed the Laken-Riley Act. You also laid the groundwork with that bill for the mass detention of migrants.
Unfortunately, you're going to have ICE and any government agency abuse any system.
But this wasn't an abuse. This was the power that the Laken-Riley Act gave. If that comes to you in the Senate, would you vote for that amendment to cut aid to Israel?
Just giving them funds right now is not going to send the message that they need to correct themselves.
The Justice Department has been investigating you for suspected campaign finance violations.
Look, they are scared of me.
This past April, House Democrat Eric Swalwell resigned from Congress. He was accused of sexual misconduct by multiple women, including a former staffer. You defended him at the beginning. Did you have any idea of what was being going on, allegedly, or what he was going to be accused of publicly?
Like he's going to say yes.
For the past year and a half, one rising star Democratic senator has dominated the headlines. That's freshman Senator Ruben Gallego, who managed to eke out a victory in Arizona back in 2024, even as Kamala Harris lost that key state by almost 6 percentage points. Since then, he's been considered a major contender among Democrats for president in 2028, and making a lot of popular and populist noises about taxing the rich and going after corruption. But over the past few months, Gallego has been making headlines for, well, less positive reasons. His longtime friend Eric Swalwell resigned from Congress after being accused of sexual misconduct by several women, prompting scrutiny of Gallego's own relationship with Swalwell. And this past week, Axios revealed that the Department of Justice is investigating Senator Gallego for alleged campaign finance violations, just after the Senate Ethics Committee closed their own inquiry into Gallego, clearing him of any wrongdoing. Here to discuss it all is none other than the man himself, Senator Ruben Gallego. Senator Gallego, thank you for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered. It's been a while. In 2024, you won the Senate seat in Arizona as a Democrat, even as President Donald Trump, as he now is, won that state by almost 6 percentage points. Kamala Harris did not win that state. He bragged about his increased support amongst Latino voters in places like Arizona. I got to ask the question, what is going on with your constituents in Arizona right now, a year and a half into Trump's second term? Do they still like him, given what's happening with the war in Iran, the gas prices? What's their view of Trump right now, especially his corruption?
So everything you just mentioned, his numbers are underwater, and not to get too dorky into polling, you would just sense that people are very frustrated. A lot of voters, especially some of these voters that voted for both Donald Trump and for me, really took a chance on Donald Trump because they were very frustrated with where the economy was. The price of everything was going up in Arizona, still is. You can barely buy a house in Arizona. Rent is too damn high. Gasoline was high already. Food was going through the roof. So that really pisses them off. Number two, what you really see is the corruption that people are feeling is affecting their lives, right? So number one, they're against this war. They're against this stupid war altogether. But the fact that the stupid war is also costing them an increase in their gasoline prices really ticks them off. And they're not stupid. They also know that this guy is heavily involved with all his Middle Eastern friends and Israel, and that he's willing to basically, sell the interests of the United States to the highest bidder, whether it's getting some corrupt airline jet from Qatar, whether it's his son-in-law who's getting all these contracts from Saudi Arabia and UAE, or sending Witkoff to go negotiate, against really good negotiators and coming out with, the United States losing in the end. So they feel this is all just not going well for them. They now feel and see that corruption is actually affecting them personally. And the fact is,
our ordinary voters, Senator, sorry to jump in, our ordinary voters in Arizona, do they pay attention to the details of stuff? Are they following the crypto billions and stuff?
Good question. They may not know the details, but they know the sense that there's something's off. They don't understand the details of a crypto scam that he's running. The fact that I think it has made more than $1.1 billion in all his little crypto scam that he has arranged so far. But they know that there's something out there. They know that he's done something really nefarious with crypto. They know his brother, his son-in-law is negotiating both for the United States, but at the same time being on a contract for Saudi Arabian investors. They know about his dippy sons who are basically getting contracts from the Department of Defense at the same time getting favorable status for whatever mining company they have at Kazakhstan. They're not going to get into details because they have a lot of things going on, but they know something's not going right, and they feel it, and it really pisses them off.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. You've been taking aim at the billionaire class recently, what a lot of your fellow Democrats like John Ossoff and Ro Khanna are now referring to as the Epstein class. You've been introducing legislation that would close a major tax hole, a tax loophole, excuse me, that the wealthy have used to avoid income and capital gains taxes.
Yep.
How hard will it be to get something like that through Congress, through the Senate, not just past Republicans, but even some of your Democratic colleagues who themselves are multi-millionaires?
Well, first of all, if
It'll be hard if we don't vote 'em out.
Are able to get around my
People don't
buy,
vote,
borrow,
it'll be
die
impossible.
bill that I hope to pass, you're doing very well. Not multimillionaire. What people are doing right now is just outright, corrosive to our economy, to generations in the United States. Like the concentration of capital within basically the top 1% of this country is starting to affect everybody. And so this is not a me want to be mad at people just because they're rich. No, we want to make sure that generation after generation of wealth doesn't just end up being concentrated in the same families, and that's what's happening now. And especially what people don't understand is the fact that you will have billionaires that will never pay taxes. They're essentially going to do this, and this is why my bill is trying to stop. They could borrow against their stock, and he continue to borrow against the stock. They could basically die and not ever pay any taxes on it whatsoever. What essentially my tax does is, like, when you take out that money, when you take a loan out, that becomes an actual event, a taxable event, and you have to pay capital gains. So if you have, a good example, Elon Musk takes out $1 billion on his $1 trillion worth of stock. He's going to pay at close to $370 million on that $1 billion. It should be higher, but that's a different time, a different conversation.
Is this tax a different tax? Just to be clear for people watching, because I know you've got this millionaire surtax Act, which would put 10% surtax on people who make over $1 million a year, $2 million for married couples. That's separate to what you're talking about.
This is separate. This is to make sure that the rich are at least paying their taxes.
Yes.
Right? The
because
super
they hide
rich are
behind
paying
the
their
fact
taxes.
that it's all wealth, it's not income.
It's right. It's all wealth. And the other thing is, like, it's not just it comes to taxes. Some of these guys are taking out 100-year leases on mansions, all these kind of things. And they're just going around and trying to find a way to not pay taxes. And then the more dangerous and corrosive thing, I know that doesn't sound, that sounds bad. It's the fact that they're going to carry and they're going to end up giving all that money onto their kid. And there is no real inheritance tax on that. So the concentration of wealth just keeps going bigger and bigger and bigger. And we end up becoming a country that is largely led by really oligarch families, right? Something that I think that a lot of us understand really is corrosive overall to democracy. Lastly, not lastly, but if you think about it right now, with what just happened with the Supreme Court, where they're going to basically allow unlimited amount of money in politics, someone like an Ellison, someone like an Elon Musk, or some of these other billionaires could go take out a loan on their property, on their stocks, throw that money into politics, pay no taxes on that, of course, and still be able to change the laws that are favorable to them to make sure they continue to have the concentration of wealth. This is what we need. This is why we need to do this, right? And we need to do a lot of other bills because the concentration of wealth.
Well, we also need to get money out of politics, which I assume
100%, yes. Yeah.
So a lot of right-wingers watching this, Senator, will say, well, he's against Ellison and Musk. What about George Soros and Alexander Soros?
Absolutely. Good.
You would say them too?
Yes, everybody. Look, if we could have a campaign finance law, we could have public financing campaigns, and we could stop, Citizens United, like that is my ideal world. But in the meantime, we need to make sure the Alex Soroses of the world and the Musks of the world are all paying their taxes. And they're not using these loopholes basically to continue this concentration of wealth that keeps going from generation to generation. Because it's both corrosive to the economy, but as I said, it's corrosive to democracy too.
100% agree. You mentioned the billionaires, the Soros, the Ellison, the Musk, but you also have this Millionaire Surtax Act, which would impose, as I mentioned, a 10% surtax on people who make over $1 million a year, $2 million for married couples. You know better than me, Joe Biden tried to raise taxes on the wealthy, tried to do an income tax on those earning over $400K a year. That plan failed, and it was your predecessor, Kirsten Sinema, the Democrat in name only, who blocked that plan. She's gone now. partly thanks to you. Are you truly confident that Democrats in the Senate specifically would back this plan? You just mentioned the Supreme Court ruled in favor of unlimited spending by parties and candidates. Aren't a lot of Democrats going to say, hey, Ruben, this is not a good move for us?
Well, first of all, number one, we got to get rid of the filibuster. Let's make sure we remember that in order for this to happen. But number two, I think the Democrats are on message. I think the days of the cinema mansion world kind of being able to, or point of view, being able to lead the Democrats in terms of economic policy are gone. Now, we could always, among Democrats, we can have some varying degrees of perspective of what we should be doing. But there is, I think, unanimity that the rich are getting away. They're getting richer and richer every year. We have a growing deficit, by the way, which is affecting also our interest rates, which affects working class people, higher credit card debt, interest rates, higher, used car interest debt. It's harder for you to buy a home because the mortgages are more expensive because, again, we're just borrowing more and more money. And I think at the end of the day, Democrats can agree that we want to also fund programs, right? And some of these programs are only going to be funded if we bring in more tax revenue. And the people that have the most to still give without actually causing extreme harm to the economy are millionaires and these ultra millionaires, right? If you look at what's happening with the working class America right now, they're hurting. They're hurting all the time, and all we do is end up cutting more and more of the programs just to give more and more tax cuts to the top percentage of this population. We just did that with this big ugly bill. We need to retract that back and even go further back to make sure that we're actually being able to fund some of these programs, and number two, that the rich are paying their portion.
Senators, I'm sure you're aware the New York mayor, Democrat Zoran Mamdani, proposed a 2% tax on incomes over $1 million during his campaign. Some House Democrats have backed that as well. Senator Bernie Sanders proposed a 5% annual wealth tax on billionaires. Where do you stand when it comes to all these proposals? Is there daylight between you and a Bernie Sanders or a Democratic social like Zoran Mamdani, who have become quite well known for wanting to tax the rich?
Sure, I'm sure there's some daylight, right? Just because, we have different opinions about what the rate should be, whether it should be higher, it should be lower, should be realized gains, all this kind of nuances. But I think where we have solidarity between us three is the fact that the rich have to pay their fair share. That we need to actually have programs that are funded that are really going to help America and Americans in general be able to have a chance to live the American dream. And we're not going to be able to do that if we continue to allow to have this massive tax avoidance by the richest people in this country. And number two, I'm not for certain where the mayor is, but I think Bernie agrees with me on this. It is also, again, corrosive to democracy. We have continued to have this concentration of wealth in these families. And I think, again, we can have arguments back and forth where it should be, what percentage should be, but the fact is we have to raise these taxes on the richest of the rich.
As the midterms approach, we've seen quote-unquote Democratic Socialist candidates winning
'cause,
primaries in your party.
I remember you leaving, but then
Colorado,
I didn't realize how much
Pennsylvania.
time had gone by before you
Why
came
do
back.
you
I was like,
think
oh my
they're
god, I
winning
didn't
these
realize
elections? We
you were
know
gone the
that
whole time. I
Israel
thought
is
you were
a
like
big
taking a
issue for the
nap.
base. People are very upset with your party's blind
Huh?
support for Israel on Joe Biden's watch.
Oh,
But
maybe
is
you
this
were
also
taking
a
a nap. Were you
populist
taking a
moment in
nap?
terms of economics, in terms of Americans being fed up with the super rich?
So I think it's two things. Number one, it is a populist movement like you're talking about. People are unhappy with the fact that they feel government and the super rich have stopped them from actually being able to live the American dream, right? They see mass concentration of wealth, but at the same time, they can barely afford childcare, right? They see people, being able to buy yacht after yacht and be able to, throw their wealth around, and they're seeing them align with someone like Donald Trump. Yet they're worried about whether they're going to be able to make rent. So they know that there's something corrupt that's happening within the business world and within our government. And they're willing to take, any, new point of view or any chances to someone that's actually going to help them either fight that or at least understand what's going on, right? And so I think you're seeing some of the success in some cities because those candidates can actually reach and kind of make that connection. Now, it won't work all over the country. There's some places that are just more conservative than others.
I think it's pretty much guaranteed that it's caused by
I think it is part
anxiety.
of kind of the bigger tent of the Democratic Party that we have people that are still able to reach into different parts of the American populace and that is the part of our overall kind of economic
You
coalition
need to
that
find a
we
way
need
to
going
stop
forward.
caring.
Just on the populist moment, it is an economically
That's
populist
really the
movement, but
only
there's
way
also
that
the
you're going to
foreign
get over
policy
this,
angle where
is to
people are
figure out a
very
way to
upset
stop
about
caring
Israel.
what other people
Just
think.
on Israel, one question. Outgoing Republican Congressman Thomas Massie has offered an amendment to the State Department spending bill in Congress right now, which would cut $3 billion in aid to Israel, though not for Iron Dome. If that comes to you in the Senate, would you vote for that amendment to cut aid to Israel?
Yes, I thought I was pretty clear about this before. Look, I think right now, especially with where we find ourselves, with an illegal war in Iran, with an illegal war in Lebanon, both the United States and Israel conducting it, and Israel continuing, even after all the hostages have been released from Gaza, continuing, the war of occupation they have there, I would not be in support of giving them more funds. I think it's important that we have whatever we can to hold as leverage to make Israel be more compliant, and just giving them funds right now is not going to send the message that they need to correct themselves.
On immigration, you are a border senator. You've not been afraid to criticize Trump's mass detention campaigns, calling ISIS detention centers, quote, internment camps in the past. However, back in January 2025, just as President Trump was inaugurated, you and a handful of Democrats joined Senate Republicans in passing the Laken-Riley Act, which is, in the view of many, a draconian GOP immigration bill that implemented mandatory no-bond detention
Sure
for
was.
migrants accused, not convicted, accused of crimes, including petty crimes like shoplifting. There are a lot of people who say, you didn't just hand Trump his first legislative victory. I mean, it was literally the first bill he signed as president. But you also laid the groundwork with that bill for the mass detention of migrants that we've been seeing in the last 18 months. What do you say to your critics who say that?
That's why you
The
cannot
mass detention of migrants is because they passed
cannot
a
take
reconciliation bill.
a
And
centrist
I've been
position
I was fighting against that then, still fighting against
with
now.
a fascist
Southern
administration.
states, bordering states especially, we have to
cannot
have a different type of
compromise on that
politics.
stuff.
And what we heard, and people can disagree with me, obviously, is during the
Oh, wait, no one else is watching. Huh, never mind.
Some enforcement while at the same time having pathways to citizenship. They want to see border controls while at the same time having compassion and understanding of people that are living here. And part of that is we have to have these types of compromises. But what really has riled up and actually made this whole the opportunity for them to have these mass deportations are the fact that we have an unlimited amount of money that we've given them. And not by choice, obviously, they've been using the reconciliation process to do that. And the fact that they're just willing to ignore all laws, right?
And you oppose that reconciliation process?
100%, yeah.
But you back the Laken-Riley Act. And I ask about it because it's the kind of thing that people still hold against you. An 18-year-old boy, for example, last year was put into detention for over 2 months. He was accused of shoplifting. There was no evidence that he posed a danger to anyone. When he walked out of the police station, charged with no crime, federal agents picked him up and detained him for 2 months without a bond hearing. A judge in Boston released him saying his detention violated due process. How would you defend your vote on the Laken-Riley Act when you look at a case like that?
Look, every case is going to be different, and unfortunately, you're going to have ICE and any government agency abuse any system. Like we see that right now with the Kavanaugh stops. We see that happening with the fact that you have a government that's killing U.S. citizens in the middle of the street, denying their ability to assembly, denying one person the ability to carry a weapon according to their amendment rights. So it is.
But this wasn't an abuse. This was the power that the Laken-Riley Act gave to federal agents.
There was a lot of abuse that had been occurring before. Again, as a southern border state, our goal is to make sure that we are following and doing the best that we can to make sure that we're following what people in Arizona are telling us, right?
But you were Arizona representative for a a long time before you were senator, right? Just for people who don't know, you were a member of the House.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were in the Arizona State House.
Absolutely, yeah.
People say, what happened to the Ruben Gallego of 2018, 2019, who said, and I'm quoting you, immigrants do have due process. The judge in Boston said, as a result of this act, they didn't have due process. You know a lot of your progressive supporters who backed you in the Arizona State House, in the House of Representatives. They say you were a proud progressive then. They said, we loved Ruben Gallego. He was a champion for immigrant rights. He was doing rallies with Bernie Sanders, they say. He was slamming Trump's border wall. And they say you dropped all of that to become a border hawk and get elected to the Arizona Senate and then vote for the Laken-Riley. I mean, the one group, I'm just looking at one of your supporters, they say they feel betrayed by you. What do you say to them?
Well, look, actually, I don't think I've changed that much. I've always been in support of comprehensive immigration reform. I've been in support of making sure that people, are treated well in this country, even if they're here legally. I've been very clear about the border wall the whole time. I think there are some parts of the country that should have border walls, and there's some countries that shouldn't have a border wall. I've been 100% clear that we need to have a properly sized and immigration enforcement, but not the immigration enforcement we have right now. The ICE that we have right now that needs to be totally torn apart. There hasn't been much of any change. Now, what has changed are the circumstances on the border. The border of 2018 was entirely border than the border of 2024, right? And that has made a difference. Those of us that were fighting Sheriff Joe Arpaio for many years in Arizona are also the same people that could recognize that in 2024, when many of us were in Arizona, saw a surge of refugees and asylum seekers coming to the United States that was going to create a backlash among voters, which it did. So, we're not going to be in 100%
You don't have any
agreement.
regrets for your Laken Riley Act vote, given how it's been used?
Oh, of
Just to
course.
clarify.
Look, you never can guarantee 100% you're going to be correct. All you can do is do the best that you know at the time and the moment that you know, and at the same time representing the state that you just ran it, right? But at the whole, I focus on making sure, number one, that I hold ICE accountable, that we try to reduce their capability at harm, whether it's trying to close these detention centers, internment centers they're trying to put up. When possible, trying to make sure that we find a way to actually, bring commerce immigration reform in this country, or any type of immigration reform in this country, to protect people in this country.
I do want to ask about ICE, but just very quickly, just one quick question: do you still call yourself a progressive?
No, and it's been a while, but it's mostly that I focus on the outcomes of what I need in Arizona. I am progressive on a lot of issues, and there's some issues that I'm not progressive on. So it's more along the lines of if you got to ask me on the issue, then we'll talk about that issue.
So let's do an issue. ICE. You mentioned ICE.
You want to do a quick round? Sorry,
no, we won't do a rapid fire. It's a big subject. So let me ask you one important question. You've said, as you mentioned a moment ago, ICE needs to be totally torn down. But at the same time, you've said you're not for abolishing ICE, calling the phrase a mistake. So what exactly is your plan for ICE? Explain to viewers the difference between totally tearing it down and abolishing it.
Well, you need to be very clear in the sense that I think ICE needs to be totally torn apart. It is no longer a viable agency. I don't think it actually ever be a viable agency again. I think it has to also be torn down in the sense that it has way too many agents for what we need in terms of immigration enforcement. But at the end of the day, we need to have some immigration enforcement organization or government agency here in this country post ICE. And that's the difference, right? I don't want people to think when Democrats say we want to abolish ICE that we're saying we're not going to have any type of immigration enforcement, and we're not going to have any type of border enforcement whatsoever. That's not the case. We believe, I think, most Democrats believe that what ICE is as an entity right now is absolutely corrupt. It is not where the United States wants, the United States populace wants its immigration enforcement to be done in that manner by that many people. It now has more money than the United States Marine Corps. Everything we're seeing of it is no longer, I think, number one, what the people want, nor is it viable, nor aligned with our values anymore. So I do think it has to be.
I'm just trying to follow here. So the agency itself, as constituted, filled with these masked thugs, you've called them a goon squad, that you would shut down, that you would tear down, but you would replace it with another agency that you believe fulfills the core mission in a better way.
Absolutely, and we've done this before.
I mean, it used to be under the DOJ.
Exactly.
I've interviewed Ro Khanna, who said, just take it back to the DOJ, the old Immigration Nationalization Service, the INS.
Absolutely,
put it back there. George Bush invented ICE.
And this is post 9/11. And that's one concept. You could also move customs back into Treasury. There's a lot of things you do to do that. But what we know of ICE cannot exist anymore. You can have immigration enforcement. You can do it in a professionalized manner, not in the type of exploitative manner that you see it right now.
But you don't want to say abolish ICE because of you think that sends a bad message.
Yeah, because I want to win elections.
Fair.
I mean,
but in terms of English language, you are calling for the abolition of ICE and replacing it with something else better.
Yeah, replacing still with something else as immigration enforcement.
Understand.
The most important
I
thing
understand the electoral point. I understand the language. I just want to get to the bottom for our viewers, understand what you stand for.
And and the thing is, it does matter too. Like the electoral, I think the thing that gets me mad is the wordsmithing of things or the word policing of things, because at the end of the day, we have to win this next election. We cannot have another couple rounds or a couple years of Donald Trump in charge of anything with a very compliant House and Senate. So I want to make sure we take care of that.
On the wordsmithing point, just before we move on, I think a lot of people might say, the wordsmithing is on both sides. You saying you want to tear it down is not that different to saying they want to abolish it. The Republicans will attack whichever message you come with.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to make it easy for them either. It's like...
Fair. All right, let's talk about a big issue in the news that's dragged you into it. This past April, House Democrat Eric Swalwell resigned from Congress, dropped out of the California gubernatorial race. He was accused of sexual misconduct by multiple women, including a former staffer. He denies the claims, but he's left politics. He's been kicked out of the Democratic Party. You, of course, were a longtime friend of the congressman. Your kids went to, I believe, baseball camps together. Your family shared meals together, went on vacation together. You defended him at the beginning. Did you have any idea of what was going on allegedly, or what he was going to be accused of publicly?
No, and even the Senate Ethics Committee just came back after Anna Paulina Luna's crazy accusations and said absolutely there was nothing there. And this is a very unfortunate situation, but this is also an unfortunate situation that's being exploited by people like Donald Trump and by people like Anna Paulina 100%.
Luna. And I want to come to Trump and Anna Paulina in a moment. But just for the average viewer watching who says, but hold on, they were like best friends. How could he not know? What do you say to that viewer?
Well, look, like anyone else in life, you don't know everybody 100%. And the Senate Ethics Committee just came back and affirmed that.
You did say afterwards that you had heard things that he was flirty. What does that mean?
Well, like anybody else, like you hear people are talking about in just pure gossip that, he was an outgoing social guy. I mean, basically that was what I was trying to say.
In April, Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican, urged you to release all your comms with Swalwell. Is that something you would consider doing?
We've released everything to the ethics committee. They've reviewed everything because that's part of one of the things they asked. And of course, it's always come back and said that there's nothing there. Look, the other thing is, this is all laughable coming from these people. These are the people that have excused Donald Trump. Someone that has been credibly accused of raping a woman, Jean Carroll. Covering up for Matt Gaetz and his underage exploits with girls. Especially now that we have the ethics committee that said nothing happened, the fact that all of a sudden they're finding themselves being so high and mighty, considering the administration they work for, considering you have someone like Secretary Hegseth that's have credible accusations of the same thing, the same issue you heard from Eric Swalwell.
So Peter Hegseth has had credible allegations of sexual assault against him. He denies them. I should point out, Donald Trump still denies the accusations against him from E. Jean Carroll. He was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil trial. The judge said that could be described as rape. So it is hypocritical from these Republicans. Anna Paulina Luna is a big defender of Donald Trump, despite the many claims against him from many women that he denies. You've said that you would like an apology from her because she's the one who made all these allegations against you. The Senate Ethics Committee did completely clear you. Have you received an apology from this congressman?
I've not. I mean, for someone that was very quick to get out there and said that she had names and she had seen this and seen that, and none of that has come true. She said that someone was coming forward with a lawyer. None of that has come true. And look, she made my family go through this. She made my family have to deal with the accusations and sideways glances and text messages from people because Anna Paulina Luna decided to go on TV. Like, that's not fair to my family, and it certainly wouldn't be fair to anyone's families to do that. And at the end of the day, the fact is that she absolutely lied for just pure political purpose.
On the same day that you were cleared by the Ethics Committee, Axios reported that the Justice Department has been investigating you for suspected campaign finance violations. Have you heard from the DOJ yet? Do you believe Trump is targeting you? The timing seems a little off.
Yeah, so it was clearly a target. We heard the first thing of this through a leak that came from the DOJ about an hour after the Senate Ethics Committee cleared it. Look, they are scared of me. We do hold them accountable, right? Whether it was me trying to stop their January 6th payoff for all their insurgent buddies, whether I'm trying to hold Donald Trump accountable for all his weird crypto ethics problems, or his kids getting all these deals through the DOD or through their Kazakhstan mining company, or the fact that I keep pointing out that Jared Kushner, who can barely figure out how to push dirt, is now negotiating for us in the Middle East while also having these shady contracts with Saudi Arabia. We're the ones that are holding this man accountable, and we're consistently doing it. And we're the ones that actually know how to talk to working class America. And I think they're afraid of someone like me that can actually put all that two together.
I think I've already said I agree with you that the attacks are in bad faith when it comes to kind of Swalwell, and when it comes to the finance stuff, of course, hypocritical from this government. The New York Times and many other media outlets, though, have been reporting on this stuff. The Times just reported this week that you've used thousands of dollars of campaign cash from your campaign committee, from your leadership pack to pay for childcare, to fly you and your wife out to various luxury vacation spots, Nantucket, Puerto Rico, St. Bart's, the Disney resort, Miami on your wife's birthday. Now, the Times concedes that this kind of spending is legal. You didn't make any laws. It's quite common in Congress to use campaign funds for childcare. But what is, again, forget the Republicans. What is your response to working class constituents of yours in Arizona who will say, look, it's not great look for our senator to be at the Ritz or at Disneyland while we're struggling with an affordability crisis. It doesn't look great that you're using campaign funds for that. What do you say to them?
Look, I'm one of the few members of Congress, and definitely one of the senators that actually has kids and has young kids. And unfortunately, we have to fundraise. Again, back to campaign finance reform. I wish that wasn't the case. In order for me to be able to spend time with my family and actually fundraise, sometimes we're going to end up there. It's not ideal. I get it. But these are the choices that have to be made, or else we're going to have a lot of very rich old people that are senators.
Are you going to change things going forward, given you've now taken these hits? Are you going to turn up at Disneyland for a fundraiser or a Ritz? Again, I'm just wondering.
We're going to continue to do everything by the law, and most importantly, to make sure that I still get to spend time with my kids. I have a 9-year-old kid. I'm a blended family with a 1 and a 3-year-old, right? And look, we have Republicans that are right now already planning their trips. Do you hear any complaints about Ashley Hinson in Iowa, about her PAC trip coming up in coming up in October, or the fact that she's had them in the past? These Republicans are taking, fundraisers with their families all over the country. For some reason, some of these news reporters that have been more keen on me, and I get that. I'm younger. It looks a little weird that I'm traveling with 3 kids, but if I don't, if I don't take some of these opportunities to maybe go here and bring my family, I may not see them, or I have to give up the opportunity to actually fundraise. And unfortunately, again, this is some of the harder decisions you have to make.
Before we run out of time, one of the reasons they're probably focused on you is you are seen as a potential contender for the 2028 Democratic presidential nomination. You've been open about the fact that you're not ruling out a presidential run, you're considering it. How seriously are you considering a run for president? And whether or not you run, would you agree that the Democratic candidate in 2028 has to be an anti-establishment candidate, a populist candidate?
How serious? I don't know yet. I mean, we are going to focus on 2026, right? We're going to focus on, helping Democrats win up and down the ticket. When we, help anybody that we think can get there, whether it's Graham Plattner, who I'm supporting in Maine, Talerico,
not anymore.
In Iowa. We want to make sure that we have a governing and winning coalition. Number 2, sorry to kind of beat a dead horse about this. I have to figure out about my family situation. As I said, it really is important for me to spend time with my family. It's hard for me to spend time with my family. I'm the only person my age in the Senate with kids. I'm from Arizona. It is a long way to travel to Arizona. My son lives there with my ex-wife, so I make sure to get back out there as often as possible, while at the same time having 2 kids here, and at the same time trying to run a viable race for president, or just being an everyday senator. The time commitment is going to be very difficult, and I had to figure out how to manage that, and whether it's worthwhile, missing out these very important times in your kids' lives for the next year and a half, and then at the same time getting criticized every time your kid joins you on the campaign trail, right? Which, by the way, other campaigns have done it, other presidential campaigns have done it, but for some reason, I'm the only one that actually gets attention.
But if you do run for president, you've got a pretty unique backstory. So just going back to kind of who that candidate should be. I mean, you were a working class Latino kid raised by a Colombian immigrant single mother. You went to Harvard and then served in Iraq in a unit that lost 22 of its members. There are very few other politicians in the Senate or the House who have that kind of backstory. So I'm just wondering, in 2028, given what happened with Kamala Harris and the coronation and the view of Democrats as being very establishment and very bureaucratic, what should a 2028 candidate look like in your view, even if it's not you?
Well, they better be understanding what the hell America is going through right now, and how deeply pained they are right now, and how much it sucks to try to live right now, and even have a family. It's so expensive to have kids. It's so expensive to even have a dream, right? Forget trying to buy a house. People are just trying to make sure they can make rent. And I think that candidate is going to have to be able to answer to that with specific policies that may have to be a little unorthodox, and they can't just be this clunky little, I'm going to give you a tax credit, hopefully things end up being better. People are really, really hurting right now. People are giving up in the idea of the American dream. They're literally, just dying of economic depression. And worse, they feel their kids are actually going to be worse off than they are. That combination of both economic depression and actual real depression is coming and growing in this country, and it's only going to get worse because of AI layoffs. So that president better be able to answer how we're going to both secure your future and secure your now. How we're going to bring you prosperity, but we're also going to make sure your kids are going to also be able to live in that same prosperity. And that's going to have to require really being able to fight, not just for the working class, but also you have to be willing to fight the huge concentration of wealth that are found in the top 1%. And I see some candidates that are willing to do it, to be honest. I do feel hopeful about that, but I better, that the candidate can do it and do it all that in 2028 will win that race.
Senator Ruben Geiger, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, bud.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications for exclusive content.
Wanted to transition to talk about this amendment that was a big vote in the House yesterday. Congressman Massey, you offered this amendment. We can put D1 up on the screen here. Ultimately, it failed, but created quite a lot of intrigue in the Democratic caucus in particular. You were the only Republican that voted yes on this amendment, which cut all funding for Israel. You actually had a narrow majority of Democrats who did vote for the proposal, which is just such a sea change in the positioning of the Democratic Party. I mean, previously, the relationship with Israel was really lockstep across the board. So I'm curious for your reaction to how this vote broke down, and if you're surprised that none of your colleagues are where you are right now on this issue.
Well, the reason I was able to get this vote on the floor of the House, I sincerely wanted to vote. I offered 3 amendments to defund foreign aid to Egypt, foreign aid to Jordan, and foreign aid to Israel. And the Republican leadership, to my surprise, allowed me to get the vote on Israel. But I think that's because they made a political calculation. I believe it's a miscalculation, but they made a political calculation that this would be a hard vote for Democrats. And it did turn out to be a hard vote for Democrats. It should have been a hard vote for Republicans, because now they've all locked into this idea that American taxpayers should give weapons and billions of dollars. I pointed out in my floor speech, we spend more on offensive weapons to Israel than we do on homeless veterans in the United States. And so every Republican has voted to send offensive weapons to Israel, $3.3 billion. The vote was successful, though. My litmus test, we've had votes like this in the past. You get maybe 6 or 10 people to vote for amendments like this. In fact, my vote to defund Jordan got 6 votes, okay? But this was different. This moment in time is different, because you can't objectively look at what's happening in Gaza and say that there's no moral hazard here for American taxpayers. 70,000 people have died in a country of 2 million people. I mean, it's incredible. It's horrific. And so, but the fact that I thought, let me just say, my own secret number in my head was, people were like, how many votes are you going to get? I would say dozens, because I thought I would get 24 votes. And 60, if I got 60, I would have considered it a success. And 100 was beyond what I imagined we could get. But eventually, Nancy Pelosi endorsed the amendment.
That was a shocker.
Crazy. I can only say that because I lost my primary. I think part of the reason I lost my primary is Ro Khanna endorsed it.
Don't blame me.
But Nancy Pelosi came out for it. The minority whip came out for it. But the minority leader came out against it. So it really did split the Democrats. I think in time, for the 103 Democrats and myself who voted not to send this money to Israel, as time goes on, that's going to be a better and better vote. And the people that were on the other side of that, including all of my conference except for me, are going to regret this vote.
Congressman Khanna, yeah, curious for your reaction. This was a major intra-democratic war. You had the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who voted for you, the majority whip, who then, of course, said that they would cut to vote 8. I'm curious for your reaction here about this split within the Democratic caucus. You were an original leader on a movement like this to watch, a significant portion of your Democratic colleagues eventually come to your position. What does that foretell for the future of the Democratic Party?
I was joking with Thomas that we had more caucus meetings discussing his amendment than any Democratic legislation.
Wow, that's crazy, actually.
They really had like Sunday afternoon calls to discuss the Massey amendment and caucus meetings. But this should have been such a simple vote. I mean, we have to go beyond this, but obviously we shouldn't be giving them U.S. tax dollar aid for military weapons. In my view, we shouldn't be giving them military weapons to be killing civilians. And we need to be sanctioning the banks and government officials who are engaged in the settlement and work on recognizing a Palestinian state. But in my view, you had 103 folks, and the new Congress, you're going to have even more, and that it's going to become a very, very small minority eventually that is going to be saying, let's just have continued aid to Israel.
It's pretty wild to see Nancy Pelosi vote for it and Hakeem Jeffries vote against it.
Yeah.
And Pelosi, people are sharing all kinds of clips of her now saying, like, if the Capitol were to crumble, the one thing that would remain is our, solidarity with Israel. And now here she is on her way out. And she's like, yeah, we'll vote to defund this. And I think she sees the writing on the wall. She's a very savvy political operator of where things are going. I cannot for the life of me really understand Hakeem Jeffries' calculus here. Because while there is such a split in the House Democratic caucus, there is not a split among the Democratic base.
There's not.
Overwhelmingly, it is now a small minority that want to maintain the status quo with regard to our relationship with Israel. So, what were those internal conversations like, to the extent that you can share some of the details? Because it's just very hard for me to understand why any cynical politician would look at this landscape on the Democratic side at this point and say, I want to stay with this position that has like 15% support among my own voters at this point.
Look, people were saying, oh, you're going to cut the Middle East diplomacy program. I said, by definition, that's probably one of the programs that should be cut or something. Hasn't worked. You want to look at government programs that don't work or something. But beyond that, okay, fine. You want to have those programs. That was less than 1% of the aid. And you could have voted for Massey's bill and then still said an amendment saying, well, we want to keep the program for Middle East peace. But I do think it's a mistake for anyone who voted this way morally, but also politically. If you look at Claire Valdez, you look at Brad Lander, you look at Milat, you look at Anna Lilia, you look at Adam Hamawi, you look at Plattner before the scandals, Abdul, the driving line in these issues is the funding on Israel and Gaza. And the Democrats want to kind of whitewash that part. Oh, Zoran or these candidates won because of affordability. They won because they wanted free childcare, freeze the rent, or Medicare for all. Although it matters. But the first point of the animating difference that is motivating these candidates and the energy is Israel. I mean, Milat would have been no shot to beat DeGette. DeGette was good on all the issues. She was for Medicare for all, living wage. Why did she lose? She lost on this issue.
Wow.
And I just think that the political leadership hasn't grappled with that reality.
Congressman Matt, I was coming to you because you were the only Republican who voted for it. I know you speak to many of your colleagues. You and I both know you're not the only person who thinks something like this.
Correct.
So why do they all? Well, why do they still see political utility in supporting Israel?
Because I just lost my election. I mean, $30 million, and 98% of that came from AIPAC or Republican Jewish Coalition or Miriam Adelson. It was all the race against me was fueled and funded by the Israeli lobby. And they made an example out of me, and it worked. I mean, you're getting senators who are changing their positions. You're getting House representatives, folks who are just going underground on the Republican side, not saying anything about it. But the one thing I want to talk about, two things. They realize this is a political liability, the Israeli lobby. So they're trying to take away the transparency of this money that's being spent and they're trying to integrate it into our military budget, so it won't be a line item that Congress votes on. It'll be inside of one of these giant military omnibus type programs, and we won't even know, because we'll just, instead of giving them gift certificates for Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, we'll give them the bombs from Raytheon. And
they would develop them with us.
Right.
It was almost integrated.
Well, that's the second part, is that Section 219 of the NDAA is now, it's very toxic. And I'm trying to get a vote on that to strip that. Section 219 is, I think, what Rose was alluding to, which is integration of our intelligence and military with supply chains, supply lines and technology with Israel. It's a country of 10 million people.
Right.
Like, it's not even like NATO, where they're at least the third of the size of us, and there might be some reciprocal arrangement that could help.
Israel, tiny
war.
nation.
That's not going to help. With Israel can't help us in a war of a scale
It's of
where
New Jersey.
our sovereignty is affected. It's only going to hurt us. Anyways, I'm trying to get an amendment in order to strip 219 from the NDAA. And if I can't get that done, or they don't allow us to have that vote, I think they're jeopardizing the NDAA. That stands for National Defense Authorization Act. It's one of the must-pass pieces of legislation, like a farm bill or a highway bill that passes every year.
Right.
Congressman Massey, I wanted to ask you some about that money that was spent against you, and I think you're right. They definitely wanted to make an example of you. A lot of that money came from the Israel lobby. They're now trying to do a similar thing with Abdul Sayed in the Michigan primary on the Democratic side. I think $50 million have come in. And again, the ads have nothing to do with Israel. They're claiming he's a sexist because he one time mildly criticized Michelle Obama. I mean, this is the sort of stuff that they're going with here. And I do wonder, again, from your perspective as a libertarian, if that changes any of your view of the ability for a democracy to coexist with billionaires, the impact of money in politics. What are your views there? Has that shaped your philosophy or thinking about how we handle this flood of money, which is not just the Israel lobby, it's big pharma, it's big oil, it's the banks, it's all sorts of interests?
Are you asking did the ass whipping I took from the billionaires change my perspective
Yes,
on something?
I should have asked it that way.
It was a beatdown.
How are you feeling about billionaires these days? Yeah.
Well, we were able to raise $20 million, and so we had enough money. It's just they played dirtier than we were willing to play. They made artificial intelligence ads that showed me in a three-way relationship with AOC and Ilhan Omar, and people fell for those ads. They thought they were real. So again, there's another libertarian conundrum that I have in addition to campaign finance, which I do equate with speech.
Almost like
but also here's another
libertarianism is
example of speech.
bullshit.
Should they be able to make AI ads and run them with my image in it? You have to think very carefully about the legislative solutions that you don't make the situation worse. I think I could be okay with campaign finance that said, if you're running a congressional race, the only people who can donate are the people who can vote
In your district.
In your district. Now, Miriam Adelson may have moved to Kentucky.
She was ready.
She was so motivated.
She'll build a casino on top of your house just to make an example.
I think that is interesting because I know in the past you've pushed for transparency, which I think is an important first step. But at this point, there's a lot of mass education about who AIPAC is and what they are, et cetera. It's not that transparency, isn't there necessarily, but the problem is that just when you have so much money, of course, it's going to impact outcomes. And we can see it, in this vote from yesterday, too. So many of your colleagues take money from AIPAC or other similar groups. So many of the Democratic caucus, it should be based on the Democratic base. It should be overwhelming and not a problem for Democratic congressmen to vote, for an amendment like that. So you can see the impact of this money in the legislative process, not just electorally.
Well, ultimately, there was a win in my loss, which is I knew they would have to spend insane amounts of money. This is the most expensive congressional primary in the history of the United States. And I knew that if they would have to spend insane amounts of money, and if they did and I lost, it would sort of prove the point that they have too much influence in our own government, that the Israeli lobby does. Now, they'll argue these are American citizens or dual citizens who are donating the money, but I would still say they're operating on behalf of a foreign country, and so they are foreign agents. I think they should have to register as such. But there was a victory in it. There was a big waking up. I don't think we would have gotten as many votes on my amendment if people hadn't watched me lose because there was $30 million of Israeli lobby money poured into a little Kentucky race. But yeah, I don't know what the solution is. And then also on these AI ads, this fall is going to be the Wild West. Like I got a taste of it in my own race, and you don't. These weren't online ads. These were like local, Fox cable affiliates running these ads. So not a lot of people saw what's happening. But this November, both parties are going to run the most ridiculous AI ads. And if you write a piece of legislation that says you have to put a disclaimer on there, it doesn't help. That gives them a safe harbor to do anything.
Right.
They could show you doing anything and say, by the way, this was made with artificial intelligence, and people are still going to believe it because people watch videos and they don't read the little stuff at the bottom.
Yeah, my last question before we start, I know we're running a bit short on time, is about Senator Mitch McConnell. Do you believe the proof of life photo? And there's a lot of speculation that they're continuing to keep him in his Senate seat in order to prevent you from being able to run in a special primary or special election in the state. Your reaction?
Well, the special term would be less than 6 months now. And I'm not interested in running for that. I just broke news, I guess, to tell people.
So you did.
Yeah.
And now they can come clean about Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, so Mitch, tell us what's going on.
I mean, I think the public does deserve to see somebody walk up to a podium and say something. Now, whether we can believe that in this day and age is also another question.
You could have AI do it.
Yeah, right. But, I've said I'm going to introduce term limit legislation called 3 strokes and you're out. Because we've seen this in the House. We saw one of our colleagues disappear for 4 months, no account. By the way, he won his primary and I lost mine. Maybe that was the answer.
And he was depressed, right?
Depressed, which is a catch-all. It could mean, what do you do when you're depressed? Maybe you drink. Maybe you're doing something. I'm not saying that he did, but... and then we had Kay Granger, who was basically... had dementia and was still a congressperson for many months.
Is she the one who was in a memory care facility?
Yes.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yes. That's insane.
Yesterday we marked up a bill in Judiciary called the National Fossils Act. And I asked them if this was about senators.
This is what happens when you don't have to run for re-election anymore.
Well, that is actually my last question. It's kind of for both of you. We get, every time we do an AMA, we get a question. Do you think that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna could run for president together and have some bipartisan kumbaya? I've been skeptical of that because I know you guys collaborate on a lot, but I also know there are a lot of ideological differences there. Would be hard to sort out. But what are you thinking about your future? Is politics still in your future? Senate run, presidential run? What are the sorts of things that you're, podcasts? What are the sorts of things you're
Please don't do
considering?
that.
Well, I'm not going to rule anything out. How about that? But the political terrain right now in Republican primaries is uphill for me.
Yeah.
The war in Iran, this doesn't get reported enough, is 70% popular among Republicans.
Still.
Yeah, still is. And, that's in Kentucky, where you have Rand Paul and Thomas Massie. In Oklahoma, where you don't have us, it's 80% popular, according to the pollster that I used. So, there's still, and then you saw the vote on Israel, sending the foreign aid. Republicans say they're conservative, they don't want to send money overseas, but then they have a little asterisk and they say, except we'll give Israel as much money as they need, and we'll empty our coffers for that. So I do have a few political positions that I think are going to be right in 4 years, 8 years. Maybe it only takes 2 years, but right now I'm against the grain of where you can win certain races. So I'm going to watch for the terrain, see if it changes. Do I eventually get the high ground or not? But in the meantime, I am just so happy to have my life back. I should send Miriam Adelson a thank you card.
Sometimes these things work out in a way that you don't expect. So appreciate both of you guys for coming in. We've been wanting to have you here. We have Ro all the time. We always appreciate your time too, but to have you both together, we really are.
Sorry, would comment more, but I'm flirting with a twink at the moment.
Yes,
You do you, buddy. You do you.
Decide to run against each other.
I thought you were going to endorse my re-election.
I didn't even think.
You did that for me. We see what that.
I didn't even think anyone else is on.
We like it. The dynamic duo
I
themselves.
thought it was just
Thank you,
my.
guys. Seriously.
I have
I'd
one
love for you to
viewer. I
come
thought
back
that
so
was
I
my
can
alt
fight with you more
account.
about libertarianism.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning.
Your headliner truly needs no introduction. You know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, give all the love you got to Josh Johnson!
Oh, ended. Okay.
It's great to be here with y'all. I'm very.
You're gonna make me. Okay. How much? How long? What's my time? I think dinner's about to be. Oh crap. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I will keep that notification, and instead of starting a new one tonight, I will keep this completion so that way when I log on next week, I can start a new game from the beginning of the night. That's what I'll do. And then that way the collection can also start at the beginning of the night to increase the possibility. Because now that we've completed it, I have to raise the stakes. But yeah, I'll run a poll when I start my stream next week for a new game.
Very thankful that I even woke up this morning because, you know, some people. No, we'll get to it. I wish I wasn't still scared of so much stuff. This feels unfair now. Like when you're a little kid and you're scared of like the monsters under your bed, and then your parents are nice enough to not say you're dumb. They're just like, oh, I'll check. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're like, I don't know, I heard something, and then I saw a scary movie one time 2 weeks ago, so maybe the thing from the movie is under the bed, and they're like, oh yeah, that could totally happen. Let me look. And they look under the bed and they come, they're like, nope, nothing there. You're fine, you're safe. And then I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. And then that's enough. Then you fall asleep, you go to bed, and it's fine. And then you get older and you realize, oh, there was never anything under the bed. There was never anything to be afraid of. And so you would think you would have less fear as you get older. But then you just weren't afraid of the right stuff yet. Like you weren't afraid for rent yet. Like it was like now I would trade. Now if there was a monster under the bed, I would like square up if it meant never being afraid of rent again. Like that, I'd take my chances, you know? It's a weird thing. I say this because I got really scared the other day, and it was the window is closed and the curtain was drawn, but it was one of those. It wasn't like a blackout curtain. It was one of the curtains where you can kind of see glimpses of what's happening through the window, and there was a bang on the window. And I screamed as soon as I heard the bang, and it was fine because I was like alone. You know what I mean? Like if we're all together, like let's say we're all like right now, and then there was a big bang, and I went, oh! Then that's bad because it shows you I would never like step up in a real situation. But if you're alone, you can be scared. It's fine. It makes more sense to be scared because you're alone. It's just me here. So if someone's gonna bang through the window and it's gonna come in here at me, then yes, I can be scared. So there was the bang, and then I screamed. And it was, whatever it was gone. Like it just banged, and then I saw the shadow of something, and it was gone. And then I saw what looked like a guy creeping shadow across the window. And this time I didn't scream, but I was genuinely terrified. I was like, what? Oh no. A man.
And so then I stand up and I get a little bit closer to the window, and I'm even like getting a little. It's not like a perfect stance, but I'm like, and I know the window's closed, but in my head I'm like, okay, if somebody's gonna creep at the window, they don't care there's a window there, they might bust through the window. And so then I pulled the curtain. I pulled it as fast as I could, because in my mind, if there is somebody right there and I pull the curtain fast enough, I can scare him. You know, like let's say he's trying to creep and break in, and then I'm like, ha! Like, then you never expect that when you're the burglar. You don't expect the element of surprise. And so I open it as fast as I can, and it was a bird. It was a bird. Its shadow was just like perfectly, it was like perfectly against the curtain, like it was a full man walking. And when I opened the window and I saw the bird, I realized even that first time, that had to be what banged against the window when I screamed. And then the saddest thing, the last realization was I was on the second floor. Like, there was never gonna be anybody standing there. We're up. I don't know but then as soon as I was like, ha, and then it did what I wanted. It scared the bird. The bird flew off. And so there was a part of me that was like, okay, that was dumb of me, but also like, yeah, what? You know what I mean? And then just as I was about to close the curtain, the bird flew back into the window harder this time. And I did scream again, because now it's on purpose. Like, now this bird wants something from me. And I'm scared he's gonna take it. I'm scared of so many things. I wish I was not. Like, some people, whether it's through enough perseverance or just like ignorance, are not scared of much. Like, you'll see people not be scared in a moment where you should be scared. I've had friends get in altercations with people who we both knew had a gun, and they still kept talking to this person like they didn't have a gun. And I was like, I can see the gun. Like, it's not in his hand, but it's on his person. I can see the gun. You should probably stop talking so reckless. I'm actually gonna back up. Like, you got it though. You tell them. Oh yeah, you get them. No, you got them. You got them. And you're right too. You're actually right. That's what's crazy, is that you're right, but the guy with the gun has the gun, so he's probably gonna be more right soon. No, it's oof. Terrified of things that I didn't even know could happen when I see them happen to someone else. Like, there are whole fears that I haven't walked around with my entire life, but then I'll see something happen to a person that I didn't even know could happen to anybody. And now I think about, what if that happened to me? Because I wouldn't handle it well. Whenever one of my fears comes to life, like whenever something I've been afraid of for a long time finally happens to me, I don't take it in stride, like, oh, well, it finally happened, so, and I survived, or whatever. I'm just laying there like, I knew it! I knew it was gonna happen, and then it happened. Oh my God. Like the dude that had that run-in with that bison. I don't know if you've seen this, but in case you're not familiar, there was a guy, this is very frustrating for me, because somehow we live in such a dystopian online world that everything has to have a side. Every single thing has to have a side. A thing happens, and whether it happens between two or more people, or it just happens with a person in nature, or it's just a person enjoying their life and recording some of it, there has to be a side, and people have to fight. It's like a requirement to get on the internet. There was a time where in order to get online, you needed like a passcode or something that went with like a CD that you put into your computer or whatever. And now the requirement is I will fight with at least one person before I log off. Because people are fighting over this. Okay, there's a guy who's at a national park, and there was a bison at this national park. And I'll be honest with you right now, I didn't know what a bison was until this video. I knew what it was in theory. I had seen pictures of bison, but I was positive that they were all gone. Like, I thought it was like a woolly mammoth of America, and that there were no bison chilling right now. In fact, if I had seen a bison on like a road trip, I'd be like, y'all, I think that bear's sick. That bear doesn't look right. He crawling a little low, and I think his back is messed up. I've never seen a bison in person. And so then when I saw the video, I didn't know what this was immediately. I was like, yo, that thing from that never-ending story is brown now, and it's rustling around in the dirt. Somebody come get it. I didn't know. I didn't know that bison were still around. And so when I initially saw the bison in the video, I was like, okay, it's rustling around, whatever. Now, there's this guy who is an older guy, and I think he's with his grandkid or something, and he's walking with his grandkid, and I cannot stress how far away they were from this bison. They were so far away from the bison. We have a reputation in the United States, especially men, for wanting to go pet/be destroyed by an animal bigger than us. It's like one of our favorite things to do. Like I have not seen, personally, I have not ever seen a woman climb an enclosure in a zoo. It has always been a man every time. It's always been a man that, it's weird. It's insane. It's the one time, because you will walk up to a man that's like trying to be hard, right? He's trying to be tough. And so you'll bring a puppy to a man, and the puppy will be looking at him with the puppy dog eyes. Puppy will even make a little noise, like, you know, whatever. And then he wants to act tough. Then we want to act like he don't want to pet the puppy. Then he's like, no, you know, get that out of here. I'm busy being hard right now, right? But then you'll take this same man, to a zoo, and he'll be like, I think that crocodile want a high five. I mean, he's looking at me, I'm looking at him. I think he want a high five. And then this grown man, will find a way, squeezes in, finds a way, and gets in with the alligator. And then when he gets ragdolled, has the nerve to scream for help. That was not the case in this situation. These people were very far away from this bison, an animal which, once again, I cannot stress enough, I am mind blown exists. Bison look like it should be on Jurassic Park. Like, I will say, look, I'm not gonna put it out there as if there aren't any black zoologists, like any American black zoologists. There definitely are. I'm just saying that as people, black people are very good at minding our business. And so I think that if all of zoology had been left up to us, there'd obviously be some breakdowns of, you know, species and like different things within the animal kingdom, like tiger, lion, you know, all the stuff like that. But I do think because of where we normally go and hang out, there would eventually be a categorization of dog and not dog.
I think that's going to be it for me for the evening. I am hit with the tired and the hungry. Ugh. So, see if we can get some outro music fired up. Now that I've added that to my repertoire. Flishy Flash. Where's my playlist? Yeah. All right. Well, be out of here. I'm gonna try to get on tomorrow. I don't know. Can't promise anything. See what happens. But until next time, give you a couple minutes, 3 minutes, to enjoy this fine tune. A few minutes for any last words.
Fight.